you. I call this meeting, Committee of the Whole meeting to order. All counselors are present or will be present this evening. Counselor Baca will be here in a little bit. Counselors Lewis and Pena will also be here soon. Counselor Basan and Teas are joining us via Zoom. We will start with a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think Mr. Cornelius is going to put the pledge up on so we can follow along. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Make this America. All right. Thank you.
Once again,
we need to learn.
It's not here. Lead us.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I should have unmuted.
We needed you here. Okay, tonight is the second of 3 public hearings the council is required to hold on the city's operating budget. Tonight's meeting will focus on the physical goal departments, which include municipal development, planning, general services, environmental health, transit, animal welfare, legal, solid waste, internal audit, inspector general, human resources, technology and innovation, finance and administration, and city support. Aviation was heard last Thursday, and tonight we will hear from youth and families. On Thursday, May 14th, the council will hold a 3rd Committee of the Whole meeting to consider amendments and/or substitutes. No live public comment will be taken on the city's operating budget legislation, which is R 2617. However, live public comment will be taken on the objectives legislation, R 2628. Written comment will be accepted at the May 14th meeting for both items. At the end of the May 14th meeting, the budget as amended and/or substituted will be sent to the Monday, May 18th City Council meeting for adoption. Live public comment and written comments will be accepted at the May 18th council meeting. Members of the public, city staff, excuse me, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed by most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this meeting will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Our council staff is available via telephone. If members of the public need assistance finding the videos online, please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. Members of the public have the opportunity to address the committee if they have signed up for public comment per the rules published on the agenda and on our website Friday. We will now move to public comment. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 1 minute to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. We have over 50 people this evening, and I'm so glad you're here. And we look forward to hearing your comments. Mr. Cornelius, will you go ahead and call the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First up, we have Althea Atherton, followed by Gina Levi.
Madam Chairwoman, Thank you for talking about the evergreen dinner table issue in my house, which is, can I transport myself and my children tomorrow? And I'm asking you tonight to ask all of yourselves, what will it take for you to support public transit? What will it take for you to not say, oh, well, this doesn't cut bus service, to acknowledge that the bus service was already cut? We are operating at a 35 to 40% loss of pre-pandemic bus service. This budget is not going to cut service, it codifies the service we already lost. This body approved the ABQ Ride Forward. You all voted to approve the ABQ Ride Forward network, but it's going to happen over 16 phases in 3 to 5 years, so 16 times. Families are going to have to look at the schedule and look at the new routes to figure out how these changes are going to impact us personally. So what will it take for you all to support the drivers? These tiny raises are not treating them fairly or patriotically for the frontline service that they provide to us on a daily basis. I want them to be able to focus on piloting a vehicle safely. I want them to have fewer disruptions, and I want them to have more bathroom breaks. What will it take for you to acknowledge that every parent in this room knows that the bus is the safest way to transport children in the city? There is safer than a car, it is safer than walking. Because with all this talk about the mother road this year, I'm asking that you think about the mothers on the road who ride Route 66. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President. Yeah,
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you all. I mean, we're looking forward to hearing from everybody tonight. I think I just wanted to clarify and point out that what's on the table right now, I mean, what this council is discussing in this budget is the mayor's proposed budget. And there'll be a time when this council puts amendments together and possibly its own budget. But we're discussing the mayor's proposed budget.
Councilor Lewis, are you responding to me directly?
Ma'am, I'm not responding to you directly.
Okay, because it sounded like you were responding to my comment.
I'm responding in general and certainly not.
But why didn't you have this conversation before public comment started then?
I'm glad to have a conversation with you if you'd like, or even to respond directly to your comments. And really, what I want to say about your comments is thank you. I mean, thank you for the.
We have already had our time cut down, so I'm just asking that you respect the public and let us give our public comments.
Althea.
Yeah, you get all the time that we can give you. But no, and I appreciate your comments. And I just want to make sure that's clear, because I think oftentimes it's not as clear. I think sometimes in a budget hearing like this, we're discussing the council's budget. And this is the mayor's proposed budget. And so if there are cuts right now, if there are reductions or cuts that are on the table right now, it's because that's what the mayor proposed. And it's because he's proposing money to be spent in other areas. And so now we have an opportunity to be able to come in and either add back and recognize the needs that many of you all point out and recognize, for us to come back and be able to add amendments. But keep in mind, when we decide to let's take the mayor's budget, now we're going to fund something or add something to it, which we will. I mean, we will in various ways. We're also going to have to take away what the mayor has prioritized and proposed in other areas. And so this proposed budget is the mayor's priorities. This is what he's proposed as his priorities on where he wants this, the dollars and the revenue to be spent. So again, I'm not really necessarily addressing your comments. I appreciate your comments. Thank you for it. Thank you everybody else for your comments. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Just want to make sure I guess for what it's worth, to have that perspective. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Counselor. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gina Levi, followed by Laura Cunningham.
Madam Chair and Counselor, hello. I'm Gina Levi, a private citizen working on my own with the unhoused around First Street. I give out pet food and supplies, and I help get vet care for the animals in need. I see the need. I'm asking for your support to fully fund animal welfare with no cuts. Madam Chair, there are people here who'd like to stand for a moment to show support for not cutting the animal welfare budget.
Thank you.
We need to add more animal officers and to keep the jobs of all animal handlers and adoption counselors. In our big city, 2 officers per shift are not enough. The HART ordinance was a good first step, and it cannot be properly enforced without officers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys, please, this is your first warning. We have to have decorum in there, okay? Thank you.
Laura Cunningham, followed by Grace Dukes.
Thank you for hearing me. Law and order, neither is any good without the other. Right now, we have a strong law in place with our HART ordinance, thanks to each of you who worked on it. But it does us no good if we can't back it up. According to the AWD website's data dashboard, just last week, from Thursday to yesterday, 1 week, only dogs in our 2 shelters, 211 intakes. Of those 211 dogs, 111 were strays. Why do we have so many stray dogs? It is a direct result of the HART ordinance not being enforced. Our animal welfare department is doing the best they can, and God bless them for the vital work that they do, but they need your help. Counselor Lewis, on August 4th of last year in this very room, you point blank asked Carolyn Ortega, what do you need? Do you need more money? Please ask that question again today. You have all done a great job of establishing the law. Please now fund the order. Thank you.
You all, please, this is your second warning. You have to follow the rules, please, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Grace Dukes, followed by Liz Wolfe.
Can I have the overhead, please? With me, I have a briefing on the issues with the budget and how they can be addressed. So first off, the administration is starving the Inspector General's office, which holds them accountable. Albuquerque Ride Forward is being defunded during a gas crisis. I paid $50 for gas today. The library system, IT is classified as non-recurring in violation of DFA guidance. If you see here, the fee freeze was broken by the administration. $4 million of that is phantom revenue. 47.6% of the general fund goes to public safety. Vacancies that were applied everywhere else were not applied here. The homelessness 10% increase headline conceals the gutting of the department. Other cuts not mentioned, including animal welfare, which I'm here in support of. There is a lack of metrics that is clearly showing that this process is flawed. I have with me some amendments for you to consider. This briefing was also put in your email inboxes and handed out to you. I would like to meet with all of you to address my concerns and find a way forward.
Thank you.
Madam President, just one quick comment.
Councilor Lewis?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Real quick, Mr. Mosco, both transit and animal welfare in the mayor's proposed budget, both of those departments, were they both reduced this year over last year?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, that is correct.
Okay, so we've so far tonight, and this is great. I mean, I appreciate all the comment. You know, these are in the mayor's budget. The proposal, the administration that runs these departments, in their proposed budget to the council, has said that we want to spend less money this year on transit and less money on animal welfare. And again, I just want to make sure it's clear. I mean, now we have an opportunity as a council to hear from the public, to be able to evaluate this proposed budget, and and make those adjustments. What, Mr. Motsko, which department had the largest increase in the mayor's proposed budget? It would be HHH, right?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, multiple departments were increased this year, including ACS and HHH.
Yeah, HHH, what about $40 million more?
I could get that number for you, but that
Yeah, it's a
sounds right.
massive amount. So again, some departments, the mayor proposed massive increases in spending to others.
Okay.
That's out of order, Madam President. So, look, I just want to make sure that's clear. We really looking forward and really appreciate all the comments, but I think I want to make sure that everyone understands that this is the mayor's proposed budget based on his recommended spending and his recommended, forecasts. And we want to hear from you because we want to know what adjustments that, we need to make in amendments and other proposals. And so, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Cornelius?
Liz Wolf, followed by Tim Osman. Tim Osman, followed by Zane Dixon. Zane Dixon, followed by Dennis Gromelski. Dennis Gromelski, followed by Catalina Lehner.
Madam Chair and councilors, my name is Dennis Gromelski. I'm Executive Director of Fusion, and I'm speaking on behalf of Support for Fusion, maintaining support as co-founder in the non-recurring funding. Our organization is deeply committed to community development through the arts, starting with the purchase of a facility on First Street after having leased it for 15 years. We purchased the campus, created 2 indoor theaters, an outdoor performance space, and co-op office spaces for the arts community. We've importantly focused on the neighborhood and community continuously with a deep commitment and widening impact. Fusion has served as the founding chair of the Downtown Arts and Cultural District, which created a downtown cultural plan that passed unanimously through this council. We also served as an originator of the Rail Trail project, which lies adjacent to our campus. President Pena, the governor, the mayor, and I all spoke at the press conference announcing the state's matching funds.
Just finish your statement and then.
Okay, we urge you to continue to support Fusion and deeply appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catalina Lehner, followed by Jacqueline Reed.
My name is Catalina Lehner. I'm a resident of District 9. I'm asking that cuts not be made to the Animal Welfare Department's budget. The 4% proposed reduction will adversely affect the animals. As a shelter volunteer for 12 years, I have seen firsthand how hard people work on the front lines, and we need more support, not less. And since 2014, I have paid attention to cat numbers at the shelter. There used to be about 220 cats on the website, and now there's usually about 50 or so on average. Euthanasia is down. This success was achieved because of a partnership with an organization called Street Cat Hub. Getting cats fixed and keeps the shelter population low and saves lives, and this is a very effective program. However, a 50% cut is proposed to Street Cat Hub's funding. It wouldn't take much to restore SCH's funding, especially when some departments are showing increases of 17%, 16%, etc. So I request that you please fully fund Street Cat Hub and support Albuquerque's homeless pets by not cutting AWD's budget. And then if you must cut, please consider a 2% cut rather than the 4% proposed.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Reed, followed by Allison Peoples.
Hello, councilors, chair. I'm a founding member of Fusion. We've been in existence for 25 years, and we've been funded by the city for 20. In all of our tenure with the city, I can't think of a single thing that we said we were going to do that we did not do, and then some. So in this very challenging time where you're having to make financial decisions, I'm asking you to consider our tenure and to consider the fact that we are unique in that we're as strong business-wise as we are artistically. We brought a union presence to this town, paying artists pension and health care that had never been done, and we've been going for 25 years. 25 years, you can gestate and put a human being on the planet proactively in less time. I know I've done it. We're here, we're committed, and consider what we've brought to this town. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Allison Peoples, followed by Conrad McGaffey.
Hello, my name is Allison Peoples. I'm a resident of District 8, and I serve as the Economic Resilience Analytics Team Lead at Argonne National Laboratory, which is out of Chicago, but I get to luckily work here full-time remotely. I am here to talk about the reductions to the ABQ ride and transit. I greatly recommend against this, both from a professional standpoint. I do a lot of work around making sure local governments are prepared for disasters. I think right now we're experiencing some uncertainties with oils and gas prices, and the bus system is a direct support of our community members. I am a huge fan from a personal standpoint as well. I think we are very lucky to have a bus system that is free for people to use. Every time I use it, I think of me in high school trying to scramble for 35 cents to get on the bus, which was daily. And so I think supporting that system is an integral way to make our city safer and better and a more future resilient space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Conrad McGaffey, followed by Jordan McConnell. Jordan McConnell, followed by Thara Lachuga.
Hi, good evening, councilors. My name is Jordan McConnell. I'm a District 2 downtown resident. I'm a transit rider, and I'm someone who chose to live where I do based on transit access. Like many people in my generation, reliable transit's a major factor in whether we stay in a city long term. I'm asking you to restore the transit positions proposed for removal by the mayor and to support full implementation of the ABQ Ride Forward Recovery Network. Our system is already operating at roughly 60% of pre-pandemic service levels, even as ridership rebounds and many residents are increasingly depending on affordable transit, particularly as gas prices become volatile. We should be investing in our drivers and mechanics with competitive pay and retention strategies, not slowing the recovery. Cities facing similar fiscal pressures like Chicago and Detroit have shown that rebuilding transit positions is possible. You can do it. Transit's not just an expense, it's the smartest long-term investment a city can make. It connects people to jobs, lower transit costs, supports economic growth, and strengthens the tax base over time, especially when paired with housing. So please implement Ride Forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thara Lachuga, followed by Nikhil Ananda. Nikhil Ananda, followed by Austin Schuberth.
Hi. Yeah, I'm here to speak around the same issues that many others have brought up that I also raised a week ago about the mayor's proposed budget, including major cuts to our transit services and many other important services that others have mentioned. I think the councilor alluded to an important point that a lot of these cuts are because of other spending priorities that the budget has chosen to favor instead. And I think it's important we spell out what some of those are. The largest by far is APD, which has seen a massive increase in the proposed budget. I think this is interesting because in 2025, Albuquerque saw a 10-year low in homicides and significant reductions in other kinds of violent crime. I think it's important that we broaden our understanding of public safety to not just include more funding for police departments, but also things like having public transit available if, you've had a few beers out at night and you need a ride home. There's other ways we can provide for safety beyond just increases to the police budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin Schuberth, followed by Carlos Michelin.
Hello, my name is Austin Schubert, and I'm a resident of District 9. I'm speaking to you all today in support of the Albuquerque Ride Forward Recovery Network, restoring transit positions proposed to be decommissioned by this budget. Having a better bus network gives us more freedom in how we choose to get around town, freeing up congestion, as well as giving better access to important services. As a former UNM student, a better bus network would help, incentivize me to take the bus from the Northeast Heights to avoid, parking costs from either private lots or buying UNM parking passes. Even with a parking pass, I still had to drive to a lot, wait for a bus for 5 minutes, and then take the bus to campus for 5 or 10 minutes. So even driving, I still had to take the bus. So a better bus network would help improve the lives of all UNM students as well as every other community in Albuquerque. So again, I ask you to continue support of the Albuquerque Ride Forward Recovery Network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos Michelin, followed by Don Helfrich.
Madam Chair, councilors, I'm a research engineer at the labs and I live in District 2. When I bought my condo, proximity to the art was non-negotiable. I take the art to meet friends at Nob Hill or go for a hike on the Bosque. It shapes our transit system, and the cuts to it shapes how I experience the city. Beyond my own use, transit connects people to jobs, and it's essential infrastructure for a financially resilient and healthy and thriving city. And right now, we are failing to deliver it. And to Councilor Lewis's point, this council has for 5 years funded the level of service that we used to have before the pandemic. And the administration has failed to leaves money on the table. And we're operating at 60% of pre-pandemic level. And we know what the issue is. It's been identified by national experts, at least in 2 different studies. We do not pay commensurate to the difficulty of the job. Transit drivers have a tougher job than other drivers in the city. Transit mechanics have a tougher job than other mechanics in the city. And we don't pay them enough. So we have the money, you guys send the money, and we fail to use it. So I'm asking you, restore the positions, don't cut them, because I'll just make it look like we solved the problem on paper. And 2, fund them appropriately so we can actually recruit people. Thank you.
Don Helfrich, followed by Michael Chase.
Hi, my name is Don Helfrich. I'm a recent retiree from C&M. In 2001, I started working with rescue and started working with the shelters then. It was then my understanding that the euthanasia rate was about 19,000 that year. By 2010, the rate had been dropped in half. This was also from shelters' wise management, improved spending, as well as rescues helping. Now I foster and medical foster for both the city and the county shelters. With these foster adoption programs, expanded clinic, and better trained field officers, Albuquerque has made a lot of improvements serving the rejected, neglected, and abused animals in the community. All parts of the sheltering system need to work together as a whole. Cutting any portion endangers the animals served. Our city takes pride in helping the helpless. Albuquerque is nationally listed as a dog-friendly community. Please, now is not the time to cut funding to the Animal Welfare Department. Post-COVID influx is still high. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Chase, followed by Alex Applegate.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Michael Chase. I am the Conservation Policy and Strategy Specialist for the New Mexico Biopark Society and the nonprofit support organization for the ABQ Biopark. I am here to again highlight a key issue for the biopark on the non-recurring designation for funds for animal diets and medications. This would be the 3rd straight year that these funds have been designated as non-recurring. The biopark is one of 40 zoological facilities in the United States approved as American Humane Certified for providing excellent animal welfare. With over 400 zoos and aquariums across the country, this means we are in the top 10% when it comes to animal care. In addition to this, the biopark is regulated by the USDA, which enforces the Animal Welfare Act. To meet and go beyond federal standards in animal care, this funding must be included in the biopark's annual operating budget. I appreciate your consideration of this request. Thank you for your time and attention.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms.
Sir?
Counselor.
Sir? Just a point of clarification. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. This is not that the funding has been removed, it's just that it's not on a reoccurring issue, correct?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, that is correct. It's been designated as non-recurring for 3 years, and our concern is that without it being included in the operating budget, that it could be lost at any time in the future.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alex Applegate, followed by Hindi Samud.
Madam Chair, councilors, my name is Alex Applegate, and I am exhausted. Both of my 90-year-old parents have been in the ER within the week, and my mom just had heart surgery. Instead of being in bed, I am here to ask you to counter the mistakes of the Keller administration, and instead of curtailing the growth of ABQ, to expand it. I ask that you imagine what the streets of Albuquerque would be like if ART, the 5th busiest transit system in the nation, disappeared. If all the riders were forced to drive where they needed to go, the congestion, the lost hours of production, the wear and tear on the streets, and the increased amount of repair that would require, and the additional police kept busy monitoring crashes. Can you imagine all that? Now imagine the additional relief if the city were to went even further than the city's ABQ forward network plan. Imagine if we expanded ART, the 5th busiest rapid transit system in the nation, north on Coors. Imagine the number of cars that we could get off the streets on the west side of town, decrease congestion, less wear and tear in the streets, and so on. Can you imagine it? I can. Please expand ABQ Ride's budget. The future of our city requires it. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope your parents get better.
Hindi Samud, followed by Kimberly Velasquez. I think I see, Madam Chair, Hindi in Zoom. So Hindi, I will come to you when we get to the Zoom portion. Kimberly Velasquez, followed by Michael Devon.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Councilors. I'm Dr. Velasquez. I'm a veterinarian in Albuquerque, and I'm here today to ask you to not cut animal welfare funding in Albuquerque. Spay and neuter programs are not just about animals, they're about public health, public safety, and responsible city management. Every time we reduce access to affordable veterinary care, we increase the number of unwanted litters in our community. That means the stray animals in our communities grow, our shelters get overcrowded, we get higher euthanasia rates, and greater costs to taxpayers over time. Preventing the problem is far less expensive than reacting to it later. When families cannot afford veterinary care, the city feels the impact. Shelters become overwhelmed, animal control calls increase, rescue crews become exhausted, and ultimately animals suffer unnecessarily. Investing in animal welfare saves money in the long run because prevention works. If an AWD traveling clinic such as Animal Balance sterilizes 1,000 animals in 1 year, it can prevent tens of thousands of future births over time. That is a direct reduction in shelter intake, stray populations, and long-term municipal costs. But beyond the numbers, this is also about what kind of city we want Albuquerque to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Devon, followed by William Pentler.
Madam Chair, thank you for your time. I'm speaking today to urge you to not reduce funding for ABQ Ride. During the 1970s energy crisis, of course, gas prices were surging, much like we're seeing today. And a survey from Princeton that looked at national transit use nationwide from April 1973 to April 1974 saw transit usage spike 10.5%. It doesn't make sense to cut transit when really we need it the most. Even if the current surge ends in gas prices, removing the positions erode the city's ability to add them back in long term. And I understand funding cuts is challenging and there's not enough money to go around to give us everything we want, but transit should be the last thing we should be cutting with gas prices spiking and more people needing to depend on transit. Yet in the proposed budget, it's being proposed to cut among the most positions of any department in the city to the transit department. So I urge you to maintain the current levels of funding and avoid the elimination of ABQ Ride positions. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Pentler, followed by Sebastian Fierro.
Good evening. I may be off topic, but I'm here to talk about the cuts to open space. At this time when budgets are tight elsewhere, this is when everyone gets outside. Last month, there were over 21,000 people that visited the Atlanta Gallegos alone. These cuts that are projected would take park attendance down to 1. We'd lose all temp staff, we'd lose a park attendant position, we would have 1 park attendant 2 parks across town that are open 7 days a week. This also would decrease trash pickup, maintenance. We really would have no means to monitor and maintain these lands. Please reconsider this, because everyone comes out to open space. You gave us 3 positions for the Bosque last year. These cuts would take them away. We would have no one in the Bosque, we'd have no one in the parks. Reservations are picking up. This is summertime. Populations as a whole are visiting the spaces. Please reconsider. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sebastian Fierro, followed by Teresa Storch.
Madam President and members of the council, good evening. My name is Sebastian, and I'm a resident of District 8. And I come with concerns with the reductions in the 2027 city budget for public services, especially ABQ Ride. Pre-COVID levels of service have not yet been achieved with ABQ Ride, and these cuts to their workforce and their funding would severely limit the ABQ Ride Forward plan, which aims to return us to that level of service and also improve it. This service is critical to many working Albuquerqueans, and it's, in my opinion, it's not optional for a city to have a connected and accessible transit service. So please prioritize those tenants when considering this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Teresa Storch, followed by Diane Souter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councilors. My name is Terry Storch, and I'm here to ask you to not follow the mayor's budget proposal for animal welfare department cuts. One of the serious cuts is to 14 staff positions, which amounts to about a 9% cut in staff. I volunteer at the West Side, and I began volunteering perhaps out of grief for our loss of our 2 herding dogs who we had from puppyhood to old age. And I found that I was working there with staff and with other volunteers who were professional, dedicated, cared deeply about the animals, and were very, very hardworking. This cut will, what it says is you cannot do the same with less, and that's what this cut is about. We are looking at more animals coming in, and this cut will be devastating, and who will bear the brunt of it will be the overworked, thinly stretched staff and the dogs. There will be good dogs, who will not ever come home because of these cuts. Thank you.
Diane Souter, followed by Jasmine Arias.
Hi, my name is Diane Souter. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I know open space was in last week's agenda, but I was out of town enjoying some other open space. I also was a National Park Service employee, the first employee at Petroglyph National Monument. And in this very building, in 1990, the phone rang, and the voice at the other end of the phone said, "Listen, honey, rocks don't vote, people do." I'm here today to talk on behalf of the rocks, the trees, the animals, the trails, and the visitors here. And I really wish the mayor was watching to see what the impact of the cuts are. Thank you, Councilor Lewis, for bringing that to my attention, that this is really the administration's budget. As William Pentler mentioned, there are cuts to the Bosque techs. These are the people who plant the trees, but most importantly, the park attendant positions are fundamental and critical, the face of open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diane. Tonight, people can talk on any of the subjects on the budget, so you're still on topic when you're here.
Jasmine Arias, followed by Joel Villarreal.
That was my first question. Make sure he got a list. Good evening, Madam Chair and Champagne and everybody on the council here. Just a quick note, I was at a transit meeting with Eugene Lujan. He just became the manager over there. He had to cut the meeting short because he had to drive the Sunvans because he had people calling out sick. I sit in department meetings with APD management all the time, and IA investigation with APD dispatchers and call takers getting sent to IA for calling out sick or not being able to fill a force of 16 hours because they have doctor's appointments the next day. for cutting 14 dispatcher positions as call taker positions, and we are still underfunded. What I suffer more about all this going on, and I really hope you guys take this all into consideration, is at the end of the day, these positions that you guys are cutting are people who are working overtime right now, 16-hour days, and there's just not a solution for that. So I once again, at these meetings I sat with you guys before, to have that peace of mind. I just got the status of the 911 calls. 68% of calls were not answered in 15 seconds because of shortness of staff. So there's a peace of mind for you guys for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joel Villarreal, followed by Ian Gates.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joel Villarreal. I'm a proud union member and proud to be able to represent the workers that work here within your city here, representing the AFSCME locals in Albuquerque. Just wanted to say something with regard to this budget and the process that we've been going through here. At the meeting where the funding for the gross receipts tax was turned down, right? At that point, the city was already in need of revenue. And at that point, we were told that you all didn't think that it was right or that it was fair that we were going to have to fund our own raises, right? That was the excuse for not funding the GRT, which would have cost our citizens 5 cents for every 10 bucks, 50 cents for every $100 that they spent in order to be able to fund the projects that we have here, right? In fact, many councilors were even confident that they could find the money within this budget if we didn't have that funding. But yet here we are, right? There was concern and universal agreement that our employees needed to be fairly compensated and meet that class and compensation structure. Yet what we have found now is not only are we being asked to fund our raises, our positions are being asked to fund the city's budget now. And that is not fair. What we are asking for you all to do is do the right thing there and find the money to be able to fund our raises. If it comes down to where we're funding our own raises, which is what it's looking like, make sure that we're funding our raises and not everybody else's. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royale.
Ian Gates, followed by Augustine Romero.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council. Once again, please give us our 2 minutes back to speak. And I'm talking again to y'all about the proposed cuts for ABQ Ride. There's no reason to cut transit budget by 14%. And on Monday, I talked about the actions we can take to hire for those unfilled positions, but there are also some improvements we can make to improve the system. And I think the biggest and most important one is giving raises to our bus operators. They work so hard, they're amazing, and they really deserve it. But also, having a higher salary for that position will help us recruit and get back up to that 95%, as a lot of people here have been mentioning. We can also add more shade and benches to bus stops around the city. We can add more restrooms to transfer stations and stops. And then, of course, we can also add more accommodations for Burqueños with disabilities, because ADA is just bare minimum. We can really improve. And then also, please show up for the animals, too, and restore that cut. Thank you.
Thank you.
Augustine Romero, followed by Megan Dugan.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Augustine Romero. I'm the president of the MCRE's Council 18. I'm here to really bring some caution to how this money's being spent, where it's coming from. For example, they're eliminating 247 positions to save $30 million. That $30 million could easily pay for our class and comp study, which we've been waiting for years. That money is not even coming toward the employees who deserve the money. It's going toward other programs that the mayor wants to promote. And may I remind you, it's people like me who do the work that you guys benefit from, that you guys really get to enjoy the city. I work at the museum. I do shows at the South Broadway Cultural Center. It's people like me and my coworkers who really make the city function in such a beautiful way. When you have $35 million that's not going toward us and it's going toward other programs, it's a disservice to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Megan Dugan, followed by Joseph Greenwood.
Good evening, counselors. I'm here today because animal welfare services in Albuquerque are not a luxury. They are a public service that protects both animals and people. Every day, our animal protection officers, animal handlers, and adoption counselors respond to emergencies, reduce risks in our neighborhood, and help families' pets stay safe. Their work directly affects public health, public safety, and the humane values our city stands for. Cuts to these services would not simply reduce convenience, they would create real consequences. Fewer officers means slower response times when animals are in danger or when residents need help. Fewer handlers and adoption counselors mean overcrowded shelters and more animals on the streets, and more strain on stretched teams. These outcomes cost the city far more in the long run. Albuquerque deserves a responsible, compassionate approach to public safety. That means maintaining full support for people who protect our animals and our community every single day. No cuts to animal welfare. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Joseph Greenwood, followed by Kyron Young.
Madam Chair and councilors, I'm a resident of District 2. As a longtime user of ABQ Ride and navigating between downtown and the Northeast Heights for my various jobs, I would like to speak to my concern about the vacant staff positions. I want to see, as many others here do too, a full implementation of the ABQ Ride Forward program. I want to see a commitment to supporting its full operational goals, to simply restore what we once had at pre-pandemic service levels. We need to properly staff our bus system in order to do that. To add to the discussion around vacancies, I would like to draw special attention, as some have already, to the wages of these bus drivers and other staff members. They're some of the lowest in the country, and to be competitive with private businesses and others here, we need to pay them properly. Without this proper pay raise for our hardworking staff at ABQ Ride, retaining talent will be difficult. I ask that you please protect the vacant positions and enhance them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kyron Young, followed by Roberta Price on Zoom. Roberta Price, followed by Maria Gear.
Hello, I'm Roberta Price, Albuquerque Public Library Foundation board member. And I'm coming today to talk about two issues. Although our city is at the bottom of the list compared to all other cities in the West per capita for library spending. But the two issues I'd like to talk about are making the library system IT budget a recurring budget item at the $500,000 level. This sounds like a lot of money, but it covers the expenses for 449 public access computers, contracts covering the integrated library system, software used for public access computers, and energy monitoring. The computers in the libraries are 7 years old on average. They'll realistically reach their end and need replacement soon. Replacement, not including monitors and keyboards, will cost over $400,000. Many Albuquerque residents rely on the library to connect. If this isn't budget, then the staff will be shortchanged and there will be less staff. Last year, there were 50.
Thank you, Mrs. Price. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Maria Gear, followed by Cheryl Gibson.
Good evening. My name is Maria Gear. I, like Roberta Price, am a member of the Albuquerque Public Library Foundation Board, and I've previously served on the Library Advisory Board. Our libraries are essential to the welfare of our city, and for the past several years, the mayor's budget has treated IT, which is an essential element to all of our library services and has treated it as a non-recurring expense. IT is clearly an essential and always recurring expense. We are asking that the mayor and that the council change the budget to include at least 500,000 for IT services as a recurring element for the library budget. In addition, we ask that the staffing be stabilized. I thank you for your attention to this matter and have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cheryl Gibson, followed by Paul Kopinski.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Gibson. Thank you for this moment. I appreciate your time. There have been a lot of very well-spoken people here talking this evening about the importance of our animal welfare department, our libraries, our recreational centers certainly need to be mentioned, Albuquerque Ride, our open spaces, our 911 service, the biopark. All of these things are very important to the culture of Albuquerque. And if we want to be seen as a nice place to live, these are aspects of our culture that need to be nourished, not stripped of funding. So I encourage you to please enhance the budgets for all of these very important projects in our town. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Paul Kopinski, followed by Sue Leidig.
Madam Chair, councilors, my name is Paul Kopinski. I live in downtown, and I support the comments that Ms. Gibson just made, and I want to support her overall big picture of it, but I also want to talk about ABQ Ride. I own a car, and I use ABQ Ride as part of my transportation options, which also include walking and bicycling. I'm counting on the restoration of the Albuquerque transit system to 2019 service levels and appropriately pay drivers and maintenance personnel. Growing citywide acceptance of public transport and increasing ridership results from several policy and budgeting factors, and you've already begun to address some of them, like zoning changes along transit corridors, changes to parking policies in downtown. Restoring bus frequency, reliability, and service destinations aligns with those other systemic changes. Reliable public transit is not a luxury or an add-on service. It's a fundamental part of a vibrant and prosperous city, and Albuquerque deserves that. I urge you to fund the total investment needed to fully implement ABQ Ride forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sue Leidig, followed by Barbara Weishoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. Good evening. My name is Sue Leidig, and I have served on the Run for the Zoo Committee for 25 years. I've served as the race chair for the past 3 years. Over this time, it is quite an experience knowing that I've been part of raising $4 million for the biopark. As the biopark has experienced staffing cuts over the past several years, New Mexico Biopark Society has also been impacted. We haven't been able to expand our fundraising efforts like Run for the Zoo, Boo at the Zoo, and other activities outside of normal operating hours that would generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. Eliminating staff for a biopark is a step backward for our city. Because the biopark doesn't currently have an events supervisor, we're using administrative staff to work overtime to cover the events that occur outside of normal business hours. Without the event supervisor position, we have to say no to adding additional activities. For example, we're no longer offering weddings at the Botanical Garden. We hope that you will see Biopark as a jewel of the city and support it as such. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Weishoff, followed by Lewis Sutherland.
Hi. I'm not good with numbers, but when the people talking about the library system mentioned $500,000, that is nothing compared with the $6 million of our taxpayer money that went
to pay fines because Mayor Keller refused to comply with an IPRA last year. I feel like the mayor's proposed budget is way too heavy on police. We need better social services. We need not to criminalize poverty and homelessness and things that people don't want to see and don't want to have. You know, that's a big part of Albuquerque. Poverty is a big deal here. And the way for long-term success in dealing with homelessness and people sleeping on the streets is better social services, not $500 fines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lewis Sutherland, followed by Julia Youngs.
Madam President, council members, my name is Louis Sutherland. I'm a transit rider and a homeowner in District 7. I asked the council to do what's needed to maintain the budget for ABQ Ride by keeping the existing funded positions. We need to keep these positions to fulfill the ABQ Ride Forward plan. Implementing this plan is needed to bring our transit system back to its baseline level of service. Public transit is critical for a healthy economy and is a solid return on investment for the city. It is a fundamental service and just as essential as filling in potholes. We need good public transit and we need to support our transit staff. I ask all council members to do a basic search on the computer in your pocket. Pull out your phone and do a search for public transit return on investment. Again, do a search for public transit return on investment and you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Thank you.
Julia Youngs, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors, for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Julia Youngs, and I'm here personally in support for continued funding for arts and culture in this year's budget as a vital sector of our city's economy, contributing nearly $2 billion annually. I've dedicated my life to the importance of the arts in driving economic development, and this conviction was shaped directly by one of the organizations here today, Fusion Theater. Fusion was my first full-time job out of high school many years ago, and the first time I was paid for my work in the arts, and that fact solidified my lifelong commitment to increasing social and economic opportunities for artists. I cannot speak highly enough of the work that Fusion has done for over 20 years to provide artists with a living wage and benefits, to transforming our city by connecting the arts and urban development, and to helping build pathways to employment and economic mobility for those just getting started. I encourage Fusion's continued funding and the funding of the arts and culture in this year's budget as a sector that helps drive our economy and bolster the cultural richness that defines the Albuquerque we know and love. Thank you.
Patricia Wilson, followed by Kelsey Erickson.
Madam Chair, I have not done a deep dive into the budget. I'm still exhausted from the passage of the unknown number of amendments in the 2025 IDO update. But I do know this: libraries, pools, parks, and buses are essential ingredients in the quality of life for Albuquerque citizens, especially our youth, especially in summer. Early in my career, I commuted by bus. I walked 1 block, caught a bus on Central that dropped me right off outside the tech area on the base. A route change 40 years ago then made it impossible to continue riding the bus to work. Subsequent bus trips happened only when time wasn't tight, going to the state fair or shopping at the malls. With additional flexibility in my schedule now, I look forward to taking transit more often as the ABQ Ride Forward Recovery Network phases in. Where we spend our money is critical. On a national level, priorities are favoring bonds over benefits. On a local level, I'm afraid we are prioritizing handcuffs over housing. Please examine budget priorities with an eye towards our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kelsey Erickson, followed by Blake Eliason.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Erickson, and I resonate with what a lot of people have already said, but I'm especially concerned about the cuts to open space. As a biologist and a hydrologist, I'm very concerned about the future of the Rio Grande. It's drying now for this is the third year it's been dry within the last 10 years, and it's set to dry in Albuquerque as early as May this year. We need Parks and Rec programs to fund programs that can sustain the animals that depend on this river, do whatever we can to protect the silvery minnow, which is critically endangered and possibly could be extinct as soon as this year. We're not seeing hardly any eggs this year, which is really really grim. So as a young person who has a kid myself, I'm concerned about the future of the river for them and for all of us. So I would really strongly urge you not to cut any funding for the ABQ Biopark or Parks and Rec. And as a lot of people have said, like I very strongly disagree with the decisions that were made to criminalize homeless people by not allowing them to sit, stand, or lay down in these areas. I think it's outrageous.
Thank you,
That's
ma'am.
all.
Thank you.
Blake Eliason, followed by Leslie Padilla.
Hi, good evening all, Madam Chair and councilors. My name is Blake Eliason. I am a resident of District 7. I was hoping to be able to attend this meeting in person. Unfortunately, though, my wrist broke recently, and with that, I cannot properly brake on my bike. Can't squeeze the handlebars very well. My next option was to take the bus, but I live 30 minutes by foot from the nearest art stop, and my local regular bus only comes every 30 minutes or so. No matter how you swing that, I'm on a 45-minute bus ride to get to Civic Plaza. If this council passes the budget as it is currently written, the council is choosing to cement our current reality into our future reality. While my broken arm that prevents me from biking safely may be temporary, the proposed budget makes long bus trips a staying force. What do other folks in our city who rely on the bus do? It is myopic to sacrifice the improvement of our city's bus system to the austerity gods in the name of projected budget shortfalls while simultaneously increasing the budget for policing. Our city needs better transit, and we had a good plan to advance it. I urge you to vote no on the proposed budget or amend it so that we could keep moving forward on ABQ Ride.
Thank you.
Leslie Padilla, followed by Galileo Zen.
Hello, Madam President, councilors. My name is Leslie Padilla. I'm a 3-year volunteer at the Animal Welfare Department, but a 15-year volunteer at other shelters, both municipal, and open intake. Sorry, I got to speak. So I have a good basis of comparison, I think, for Albuquerque's animal welfare. I'm very grateful that Albuquerque is an open intake shelter, and that and a shelter that cares for, rehabilitates and finds good homes for its animals. But unless we want to start euthanizing on intake, AWD needs more resources, not fewer. Even with existing resources, animals are not getting the care they need for a good quality of life at the shelters. Dogs in particular, and that's who I volunteer with, often spend multiple days in their kennels without a break. They don't get out of their small concrete kennels. It's not humane. And with fewer resources, things are only going to get worse. I also wanted to just say that I agree with the prior commenters who linked animal welfare to health and safety, public safety. So please view it at that lens and please reject the mayor's recommendation for AWD. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla.
Galileo Zen, followed by Sherry Bruggeman.
Hello, Madam Chair and councilors. My name is Galileo. I live in the North Valley in District 2. I'm here this evening to voice my opposition to the city's proposed austerity budget for next year. My neighborhood bus line, the 36, had already been completely cut in past years, and I would like to make sure that other bus lines in the area, primarily the 10 and 8, actually expand service and frequency according to the Albuquerque Ride Forward initiative rather than cut it. In this time, we should expand transit access and funding when gas prices continue to rise instead of unnecessarily increasing the APD budget when violent crime and property crime are at all-time lows in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sherry Bruggeman, followed by Izzy Maxon.
Good evening, Madam Chair and member councilors of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Sherry Bruggeman, and I'm also speaking today on city support funding for one of Albuquerque's outstanding arts organizations, Fusion, as part of the FY27 budget.
Over the past year, I've had the opportunity to volunteer with Fusion and work closely with Dennis Gromowski and the entire team. I know Fusion from my former role managing the city's public art urban enhancement division, because regularly artists and emerging arts organizations would come to us in the public art program looking for help with rehearsal space, fiscal sponsorship, technical support, mentorship, or simply someone willing to believe in a creative idea that would impact city residents that didn't fit within the city system. There are only a handful of organizations we consistently trusted enough to recommend, and Fusion was always at the top of that list. What makes Fusion special is they don't just provide space, they build creative community. Supporting Fusion is an investment in Albuquerque's creative future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Izzy Maxon, followed by Renee Horvath.
Yes, hi. My name is Izzy Maxon. I'm a local artist, and I've been living in Albuquerque for 20-something years, and the buses are really a lifeline for me. I have what's called strabismus, so my eyes are offset. I can't drive. So the buses are a lifeline for me, and people. We have this misconception of the buses that they're just, rolling flop houses or something. That's when people think of them. But normal people ride the buses, and normal people need the buses. And I urge you guys not to cut the budget to the buses, please. That is all.
Thank you.
Renee Horvath, followed by Hindi Sahmood.
Good evening. My name is Renee Horvath. I live here on the west side, and I'm here to speak on the budget. And I have a lot of concerns about cutting the open space budget, because we do have a lot of open space here on the west side between the Bosque and the petroglyphs, the volcanoes, and we also have the mountains on the other side. And these are all wonderful resources that we've always enjoyed that really make Albuquerque great. And a lot of tourists come here to see these beautiful landmarks, and we need staffing to protect them. And so I'm always hearing lack of staffing. We're so busy, it's hard to keep up. And so I am worried about maintaining the staffing for open space. I know they cut staffing for petroglyph monuments, and so open space and the monument staff always work together to help protect the monument. But with those cuts, because of federal cuts, I'm worried about cutting open space. And I do agree with the other people that spoke, and I'm just wondering, can we maintain what we have and find some money elsewhere to help with the stuff that the mayor wants to do?
Thank you.
Hindi Sahmood.
Hello, everybody. I'm a resident of District 7. I'm also a law student at UNM, and I'm here because we need a people's budget. You might have received over 100 letters, 100 people's letters by now, about 1,000 letters demanding a people's budget, one that prioritizes the needs of all our community members by funding people's services like transit, like animal welfare, like libraries, and especially our city workers. We don't need, as Dan reminded us, the mayor's austerity-minded budget, especially in a state with the fourth largest sovereign wealth fund at nearly $70 billion would it be. But we don't even need to look to the state for more revenue. We can cut police spending. Crime is at an all-time low in the last 10 years, and the mayor's proposing to increase $30 million for police spending while cutting so many other departments. And as Councilor Lewis reminded us, this body has the power to make Albuquerque a leading city in this country by choosing to invest in our public transit, protect people and animals, pay city workers wages that are competitive with the private sector, and house the homeless instead of policing and criminalizing their existence. This body has that power. Let's be creative, brave, and reimagine what our future can look like.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Althea, would you like to finish or speak again? Councilor Lewis asked that that you speak again. He wasn't directing his comments to you. And
Really appreciate it, Councilor Rogers, or sorry, Councilor Kraut and Councilor Lewis. Sorry, I'm a little nervous now. So thank you again for talking about allowing me the time to talk about how I get around. Again, this is a classic kitchen table issue in my house. When we ask how we're going to have tomorrow happen, a big part of that is asking how I, as a mom whose driving is not an option for, how am I going to parent tomorrow? How am I going to be an independent parent tomorrow? And so current and former and would-be bus riders are all asking for your bravery right now and your empathy and understanding that we just want what we had before the pandemic. That's what we're asking. We're asking for a restoration. And I think it's important for everybody on this council to ask, what is your line? What is it going to take for you to support public transit? What are you needing to see from this budget to support families like mine? Again, I know it doesn't cut service. The mayor even did a little Instagram where he responded to a comment and he was like, oh, well, it doesn't cut any bus service. It's because it already happened. I think we all know that now. And I think, with the 16 phase, 3 to 5 years, I think the department is doing everything it can, and I really applaud the department for doing everything it can with what it has, but we have to start getting creative. We have to start getting a little more understanding about why we have a bus driver shortage. Why is that happening? And that means being creative about safety. That means being creative about wages and also their jobs, right? I just want to applaud, the transit department. They've done so much, but I also think that we need to give them more. And instead of just giving back money when we have failed to spend it, that needs to be spent within transit. So I just want to, reiterate that it's the safest mode of transportation for people. If you look at the numbers, mile by mile, my kids are safer on a bus, and when you deny my kids the opportunity to take a bus, you are putting them in danger. And I just want you to all to all understand why I'm shaking right now as a mom, because I care so much about them and their safety.
Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I say something?
Sure.
I just want to clarify something because I've heard a lot of people talk about cuts to positions, and I just want to clarify that in years past, there had been a negative line item on the budget for vacancy savings, and the council had requested that that line item be eliminated. And so as a result of that, we had to identify specific positions to be inactivated. So a lot of the positions that people are seeing this year on the budget have been held in previous years for vacancy savings. So I just want to make that clear that there is not huge position cuts happening, but rather we were asked to identify positions rather than holding a negative line on the budget. And the other thing I want to add is that in doing that, I understand why City Council requested it, but in doing that, it did take away a lot of flexibility from the departments, because what they were doing is if a position became vacant, they would then fill another position knowing that it would take some time for that newly vacant position to get filled. So I just wanted to add some clarity.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is partly true, and it's also not true. I mean, there are what you might call, cuts to, certain departments. And tonight, Madam Chair, we heard, the public express, and I'm on the same page. I mean, you expressed, concern over reductions in spending, to transit, reductions in spending to animal welfare, to open space, about our worker pay, that there's not enough in this budget for worker pay. But these are real cuts to these departments. But what's unfortunate, what's disappointing, is there's not a cut to the budget. There's not a cut to overall spending. I've been around at a time when we actually had to make cuts to a city budget, where we had to cut about $150 million out of a city budget. And that's not what the mayor is proposing here. What he's proposing is cuts to some departments and increases to others. And so this is a cut by reprioritizing. The fact is, we have more money this year than we did last year in the general fund by millions of dollars. There's more revenue this year than there was last year. And so, you know, and again, tonight, as you know, the same as our last budget meeting, this is our second budget meeting. We're going to review and look at the mayor's proposed budget and get to some clarity, you know, regarding this. And certainly the administration will weigh in, I think, on why they reprioritized some of these things. But again, this is these first two budget hearings are listening to the public, and we certainly appreciate hearing from you. But also this council getting a better understanding of what the mayor's proposing. And you know, and certainly because of, again, it's reprioritizing a budget, not cutting a budget, it's reprioritizing it and cutting certain, you know, programs and certain departments. Then, you know, the administration needs to clarify that and answer to it. And, you know, and then, you know, the council will come in at a certain point and offer amendments, offer changes. But you can see how it's pretty difficult to do that when the mayor begins the budget process and says, this is what we need and these are the priorities. And so, you know, those changes are going to be very difficult, which is why it's important to hear from you on this. But this budget started with the mayor and his priorities in these departments, you know, that were cut. You know, many of you voted for them. Many of you said, hey, this is who we want doing this job. Not my district didn't vote for them. Many of you did. And this is how the city government's set up, that this mayor starts with the budget process. He puts his priorities in it. But I want to make it real clear, we're not in a situation this year where we had to cut anything. This is the mayor's priorities. And so we're going to learn more about it tonight and have some questions. I hope you all will stick around and we'll get more to the bottom of some of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. At this time, Mr. Noel is going to lead our presentation, providing an overview of the physical goal departments. Following each department presentation, councillors will have an opportunity to ask questions and engage in discussion. But before we move into the physical goal department presentations, I have a few follow-up questions for the administration regarding state funding for Gateway and the city's plan for ongoing operations. So, Madam CFO, more than a month ago, or a month after we received the proposed budget to council, the administration has asked this body to consider a $6 million reallocation within the general fund to address costs that were not included in the HHH budget. This request appears to support ongoing Gateway operations as the city transitions away from state funding. So before we move forward, we need to understand the full scope of the city's ongoing Gateway network obligation and how it will be funded going forward. This committee is not going to move forward without that level of clarity before considering any changes. So at this time, my first question is, when did the administration determine that the general fund would need to absorb these Gateway operational costs?
Madam Chair, I believe this body received a memo in December of last year indicating how we intended to absorb these costs.
Okay, the next question. What is the total annual cost to operate the Gateway network in fiscal year 27, including all facilities and services?
Madam Chair, that would need to be answered by the department. We did request, because we got the request this morning officially for them to attend this evening. We conveyed to your staff that they could not be here until 8 o'clock because they had personal commitments.
Okay, well then we'll ask them when they come in at 8. Is the $6 million reallocation that we're being asked to consider enough to cover these costs?
Madam Chair, as we talked about last week, what I conveyed to you is those costs would help get them through the first part of the fiscal year.
Okay, and just so we're clear for the committee and the public, this request represents a shift from the time-limited state funding to ongoing general fund support. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So when the administrator or when somebody from the department comes, I'll follow up with that first question. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to clarify the letter that was referenced, or the memo that was referenced that was sent to us around the ongoing gateway expenses that was apparently sent in December. I'm only finding one, and that was in January, and it was a copy of the letter that was sent to Secretary Nair. Is that what you're referring to?
Madam Chair, Counselor, yes.
Okay, well, I don't know about other counselors, but when I got that, I reached out and said, this seems problematic. We're taking $1.5 million from transit to fund the gateway system, and I was told, oh, this is just an idea of how we could cover this. And so that's the last I heard on that until we got this budget down here. So I just wanted to clarify if that was what you were referring to or not. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Counselor. Okay. Sorry about this. Okay. Now at this time, Mr. Noel, we'll turn the presentation over to you. And also we are going to hear from Ms. Christine Borner. She's the city economist. She is going to provide an update on the gross receipts tax from last week. So, okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Madam Chair.
We don't have to go over the first 15 slides that were in that packet.
That's what we're conferring, okay.
Yeah.
So, where should we start?
Madam Chair, for clarity, I agree with you. In the interest of time, we should not go through the slides we went through last week. But
Yes.
Would you like to start with Ms. Borner's presentation, or would you like us to start moving into the department
Well,
presentations?
I would like for her to give us additional information that she's gotten over the week.
Okay, so let's start with her then, Madam
Okay.
Chair, and then we'll move to the departments.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. I have just 4 quick slides for you. All right, so I did verbally give you the GRT update for February, but here's the graph that I typically provide for you. And so this was February. Most sectors did well, particularly healthcare, information, education, I think professional and scientific services as well. However, construction, finance, manufacturing, and others did decline a bit for this month, okay? I will say that the year-to-date average, if you don't count that first July month, was 3.2% growth. And we need to keep in mind that we would have to, for the next 4 months, grow at 4.6% in order to maintain the 4.6 year-to-date that we have. And I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but in February, the Iran war didn't start until I believe the last day of February, and so we don't yet see how Albuquerque consumers, businesses are going to be reacting to those gas prices and other uncertainties. All right, so we don't know how FY26 is going to finish up, but yes, fortunately February was strong. We can go to the next slide if you would. And as promised, we have the cannabis. I verbally mentioned this last week as well. I still don't know why February's cannabis was particularly high. Again, it was some anomalies, I believe, with previous Februaries. But that did bring the year-to-date into positive territory at 1.9%. And I don't believe, the next slide, please. I don't believe I've shown this before, but this is cannabis since the beginning. I think I just excluded 1 month that was a partial month. And so this doesn't include administrative fees, penalty, and interest, but this is sort of what it looks like long-term. And why we did see some growth, it really has flattened out, and I've got a trend line there. It might be hard for you to see, but really it's hanging around 300,000, a little over 300,000 a month. Okay. All right, and then the final slide. So this is why you wanted me here today. This is the information from my Bieber meeting last early Friday morning. Some of this national data you won't be surprised to hear. There were revisions to employment data, and so it looks like there were almost no employment gains in 2025 for the U.S. And honestly, 0% growth is expected in 2026, with 0.1% expected in calendar year 2027. We have still slow GDP, slightly higher inflation, fewer job openings, interest rates coming back up a bit, consumer confidence, as I've mentioned before, and real wage growth is barely positive. So now when it comes to New Mexico, that first data point, that first bullet point, I pulled that directly from one of Bieber's slides. The data generally is moderate, but beginning to slow, and particularly for Albuquerque. Now, I think the reason why Albuquerque is singled out there is that Albuquerque was really the only municipality that we expect in 2026, FY26, to have that negative growth in employment. The other municipalities did have some growth, not a ton, except for Santa Fe. Santa Fe is a little bit of an anomaly. Santa Fe actually grew 5%, their employment, but it's almost entertaining. It's because state government grew 40%. Yeah, so, but the others grew rather more modestly. And then some of the other data points that Bieber put out, housing sales sold and closed are down from the beginning of last year. Median sales or median price is a bit down. And then I've got some detail on employment here. So Albuquerque is expected to decline in 2026, FY26, 0.2. That's about 647 jobs. And then you'll notice in FY27, we're growing a little bit, but we're still not recovering the jobs that we're projected to lose in 26. It's not a lot, but still. And then the unemployment rate, it is expected to increase slightly from FY26 through FY28. And although year-to-date housing permits are actually looking a little better right now, Bieber's projection were for 2 years of slight declines in total permits. And that really concludes my presentation. I will say, though, what's happening in Albuquerque and New Mexico, it's not substantially different from what we're seeing around the country. And I looked at some of our peers, some of them experienced some declines in employment for February. And as I mentioned, other municipalities, they may not be in negative territory, but they're also growing quite slowly. So that's my update for you. It's not terrible, but there is some downward pressure on GRT revenue, slight downward pressure.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, again, trying to draw some conclusions and some takeaways, because that's the reason why we have these reports. And you made some conclusions and some assumptions as well. But, I think that says a lot. When we have had negative growth, we're showing negative growth, future negative growth, but surrounding municipalities do not have negative growth. And maybe you can mention some of the, I guess, partners or sister cities, or, but, when I look at Phoenix and Amarillo and Colorado Springs and Denver and Salt Lake City, I see growth. I see pretty good percentages of growth. And so despite any kind of, downward, downward pressure, I guess as you might say, I think Albuquerque is pretty distinctive as a pretty horrible economy right now, and not trending very good. But I do have a question. I mean, where did the national study come from? Was that UNM study you guys say you were waiting on?
Madam Chair, Member Lewis, we contract with IHS Markit for the national data. Both Bieber and Albuquerque pay for that data, the same data. And so that's what informs Bieber's expectations for local employment. But it's very much coming from the national data. And as far as projections go, it's all coming from IHS because they have their own employment models.
So they normally do the local studies for us, but then they added this some national data and study that they got from somewhere else?
Member Lewis, it's a quarterly thing. Every quarter we get new data, federal data from IHS Markit, and then Bieber uses that quarterly data in their models to estimate local employment. So it's just the way I used Bieber data in our GRT models to model growth. Bieber's using the IHS national data in their models. Does that make sense?
I guess I want to understand how we use, and maybe just something to think about. I mean, how do we use national data, and I mean, what weight do we put to that from a study like that? Because I'm pretty widely read. I think I've seen dozens of forecast studies on the national economy over the last few weeks, and I've seen many of them, and I'd say majority of them, who are predicting some pretty incredible growth in our economy. And you'd agree with that, right? I think if you read those, if you're reading and looking at, some of these national forecasts, there's studies that I would even say the entirely opposite, or certainly not, negative growth. And so, I mean, I would think that we would look at a wide range of some of those national forecasts and studies, and maybe look at an average, maybe, or at least take all that into account. But I wouldn't draw conclusions from one study or one source of data and somehow say this is the cause of Albuquerque specifically having negative growth, especially when every other city around us and our surrounding states are experiencing positive growth. And again, the whole reason for this data and these is to be able to look at how this shapes policy, and I would conclude from the reports that we have regarding the city of Albuquerque and our economic state that at very best it's stagnant. At worst, it's declining. I think in a very real, certainly the studies you mentioned show we're declining. And the policy conclusions I would draw from that are say whatever we're doing is not working, and it's probably, and again, this is data primarily, probably the most important data that we could get as an administration, as policymakers and administration of a city like Albuquerque, is to go, where do we need to change course, and what policies do we look at and say, we've got to change course, we've got to try something different, because what we're doing is not working. But anyways, thanks for the data. I think I guess with a couple of suggestions that is, I'd like to see maybe an average or look at some other data that would give us a better picture maybe.
Madam President, I don't know if you'd like me to make another comment.
Not necessarily. Thank you. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. Thank you for bringing the extra data on cannabis. I think for me, that's what I'm watching all the time. And thank you for sending the slides that weren't in our packet, because I found them in our iPads, because that was helpful, so I could drill down and look at those. So when you talked about Santa Fe's growth, do you think it has anything to do with them raising their minimum wage to $17.50 an hour?
Madam Chair, Member Rogers, these this data is actually number of jobs, and so I think it reflects, I mean, it's hard to know exactly what they were, but given that they're state government, it's probably state government jobs, perhaps legislative jobs. That's someone's guess, right? I can't speak to whether it's not, I'm not looking at what's being spent on wages. These are just jobs. I mean,
Well,
but I would imagine that they're increasing wages, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that's important to note, right? That if we are paying higher wages, even in government, because even at the city of Albuquerque, we have minimum wage paying jobs, right? Being that Albuquerque, if we look at Albuquerque's economy, it is heavily dependent on government jobs, healthcare jobs, our labs, all of our labs, which all have positions that are minimum wage positions, even at the labs when I was looking. And so, you know, just economics 101 says that if we do want to change course, Councillor Lewis, we should increase our minimum wage, which is that's absolutely, any economist would tell you that, because we have dependence on government and federal funding. So that's also contributing to our slowing job growth and key successes there. We know that in Albuquerque, our housing costs are rising faster than our wages. We know that our lack of economic diversification, you know, we have strengths: film, aerospace, research, healthcare, renewable energy, but the economy is still smaller and less diversified than the peer cities that I think that you've mentioned. And so workforce and talent retention, I think, is another something we don't do with the city really well, is, you know, sharing, you know, having succession plans and things like that. So I think there's a lot of ways that we could do that, and I just wanted to get your opinion on wages, because I think that's the fastest way to grow our economy, is pay our people more. They can afford more things. They can do more things in our city and spend more money. So thank you for answering that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Mr. Noel, we're going to let you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the physical goal departments that we'll be reviewing tonight start with municipal development, then planning, general services, environmental health, transit, animal welfare, youth and family services, legal, then solid waste, Office of Internal Audit, the Office of Inspector General, human resources, technology and innovation, finance and administrative services, and wrapping up with city support. So starting with municipal development. Jennifer Turner is the director. The FY27 proposed general fund budget is $41,522,000. There are 218 positions in the general fund. For other funds, the budget is $11.5 million with 59 positions. And some of the highlights are that they are right-sized their budget to address ongoing operational costs. And the other funds, they're hiring positions for striping and line spotting to reduce reliance on outside contractors. And Director Turner is here for questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Director.
Madam Chair, councilors, I just want to briefly thank all of the Department of Municipal Development employees who design, build, and maintain our city. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you. I'd like to say real quick, Councillor Pena is on Zoom as well. And Councillor Tejas, you have a question, ma'am?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Hello, Director. How are you this evening?
Madam Chair and Councillor Tejas, great, thank you.
Great. I have a couple of questions. One of the things, it looks like Fund 282 right now, it looks like currently it's managed by holding vacancies and reducing services. Can you tell me what services and how many vacancies were held to manage that fund?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas. So Fund 282 is our gas tax, which is funded through the state gas tax revenues. The revenues in that fund have remained flat over the last few years. However, the costs associated with those services have gone up. We have 59 positions that are funded through our gas tax revenues and all of the associated maintenance costs. These are my frontline workers who maintain our streets, as well as some of our construction inspectors. It's really the backbone of funding for my streets division. And so when we are overspent and when this fund is unfunded, what that means is we have to make it up through, as you alluded to, vacancy savings. And so that means not filling our streets positions that support those services. So regarding your question on vacancies, so that evolves over time. As people leave and as they're promoted, those numbers of vacancies change. So we had provided you a couple of months a list of, it was about almost 10 street drainage and maintenance positions that were vacant. We have had a couple of those positions leave and a couple be promoted. And so we are averaging over 10 positions in streets, sometimes more, that are vacant at any given time. Regarding your question on whether that impacts services, of course, having fewer workers means that services are impacted, although we do our very best to use overtime and also just to prioritize emergency street situations first and then addressing more routine maintenance. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Director. It does. It's what I can from that explanation and from what I'm seeing is just overall, it's a major structural issue here. I think when we have revenues, that are flat and costs are increasing, these recurring subsidies become necessary, and I think we can no longer support these type of service models. It becomes a long-term sustainability problem, and it's not just Fund 282. I see it in Fund 691 in transit, Fund 250. I mean, this is basically all over the department. So these are troubling risks. And it's even more troubling, I think, because these are positions that you say are the backbone positions of the department. And so when we are using backbone positions to balance our budget, it's essentially allows the problem to persist and get any worse. Was there any guidance from the administration to you to help? Was there any guidance to give you some alternative options that you could do rather than balancing the fund off the backs of vacancies?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, yes, I think that is why you will see the increase in funding for my department compared to some of the other departments, is because we were asked by CFO Martinez to be very transparent about our needs. And so I was given the opportunity to say that there is this chronic underfunding of the gas tax, which is flat, and addressing what I think I've heard called unfunded mandates. And so I was asked, what do you need? Articulate your needs to right-size this budget. And I think, as Kevin Noel highlighted on the slide, this year, through adding additional funds to the gas tax that frankly we had not received in last year, we are right-sizing that budget and ensuring that July 1st I will not be in the red and I will be able to fill those critical positions.
Thank you. Counselor?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Lewis?
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Director. So your FY27 budget assumes about $4 million in stormwater fee revenue. The legislation presented to the council projects closer to $8 million. So which number is accurate?
Madam Chair and Councillor Lewis, so the budget that you have before you today has the $4 million projected in revenue because that is the fund that is directly tied to the budget, the operations budget you have before you today. So that is our focus. However, as the revenues associated with the stormwater service charges come in, it is, you correctly stated that additional revenues are anticipated, but that is at a later date, and today we are focused on the $4 million in the budget presented to you.
So at a later date, meaning what, like 6 months into the budget, you go, okay, we got more than the 4, and now we're going to spend the rest of the 8, or?
Madam Chair and Councillor Lewis, as everyone probably knows, the Department of Municipal Development also oversees our Automated Speed Enforcement Fund, which is a separate fund, which is where we've seen revenues go up. And through, for example, the mid-year cleanup, we are able to, as we see what revenues look like, we're able to address any sort of either surpluses or deficiencies in the revenue that we see. So we anticipate those additional revenues. The stormwater ordinance that I know was alluded to last week. It was introduced on Monday. It does have a breakdown of how those funds will be spent.
Does it have a breakdown of the whole $8 million, where it would be spent?
So, Madam Chair, Councillor Lewis, it specifies money for operating, and then it specifies a percentage for green stormwater infrastructure, because again, we do not have the detailed breakdown of the revenues that revenues haven't come in yet, so we don't have that. It does not give the full breakdown of the $8 million.
Okay. And then one more quick. So we were talking about gas tax earlier. At what point do we acknowledge that that gas tax is no longer sustainable on its own and is effectively being replaced by tax support?
Madam Chair and Councillor Lewis, I think that this budget does do what we can with what the state gives us. I just want to answer the question because I'm often asked it, like, well, gas prices are, we heard you pay $50 to fill up a couple gallons, so why isn't our gas tax revenues going up? And it's because they're actually tied to the amount of gas that people are filling their tanks with, not the dollar amounts. I always find that's a helpful clarification because we're all paying a lot at the pump. But yes, this budget does, I think, address our gas tax deficiency by adding those additional funding. And I am happy, I'm sure the administration is happy to have a conversation about going forward in the future, but unfortunately it is the state that has determined what funds we get.
Madam Chair, yeah, it's a declining tax. It's a declining revenue. I think it always will be, regardless of the price of fuel. Gas hit its peak in the 70s, and it's gone down ever since as far as usage. And so as a long-term, way to fund our, roadways and, and infrastructure, I mean, I think it already is. I mean, we're replacing it with other revenues and, but, at some point, we're gonna have to start looking at, other, revenues and dedicated revenues to build our roads, build our infrastructure and do the things that, we're gonna need in the future. But anyways, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Oh, Counselor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick questions, Director. You had mentioned the automated speed enforcement. It maintains $2.5 million in contractual services. What's the annual revenue offset of that with the tickets coming in?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, so we started the program about 4 years ago, and we switched vendors about less than a year ago, actually. And so the vendor charges us, our new vendor charges us differently than our old vendor did, and we continue to add new cameras. So it is very much a growing program, and our cost to the vendor and for all of the city internal support for that program keep going up as well. So for example, when we were only reviewing 800 citations a month, that was a very different workload on city employees than we're looking at right now. And so our amount that we're paying the vendor, as I said, goes up and up, but with those revenues going up, then as council just enacted through its overhaul to our traffic code, all of those revenues go into our Vision Zero program. Overall, over the lifetime of the program, we have paid all of our vendor costs, and then after we recover all of those fees, we then have to pay the state half per state statute, and we've paid over the last 4 years over $9 million to the state for our program, and then we've had $9 million go into our Vision Zero funding. And so if that kind of gives you some rough ballpark of our numbers. And then I did receive a follow-up question for lots of math and lots of spreadsheets that are due to you next week, so you can see the full breakdown then.
Perfect, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm seeing, so you're at 41,522,000, which is an 11.8% increase this year?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I don't want to, there's a lot of numbers in the budget and I want to get it exactly right, but yes, 1 second, sorry. It is, I have a lot of stickies because there's a lot, my department does a lot, so I apologize. But yes, I think it was $4.4 million increase, which was around an 11% increase overall.
From the $37 million you got last year?
Okay. Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, that is correct.
And that includes the budget cut of cutting 7 people, transferring attorneys to 2 attorneys to legal, reducing the line spotting to doing it more in-house at $750,000. Bring line spotting in-house, which reduces MWI contract by $750,000. And then by bringing striping in-house, you create a crew of 4 to be capitally funded at $782,000. Correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, we did eliminate 7 positions. With regards to all the other comments, yes, we were able to do a number of efficiencies related to paying outside contractors a lot more money than it's going to cost to do it in-house, and I think we'll do it better. And so yes, those are, you cited some of the highlights of my budget.
Okay, so we're reducing our costs by bringing more stuff in, but you need a bigger budget.
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes, that is correct, because as I said, we have been chronically underfunded for the, what again are unfunded mandates. You alluded to our Dalkia contract, for example, and pumps stations. Those are, we have to keep the lights on. We have to prevent our streets from flooding. And so those are services that we have to provide. And my budget until this year didn't address those. And so this year, the increase in the budget is to address those also increasing costs.
So then moving forward, Madam Chair, so then moving forward, we probably won't have an increase next year if we're making these adjustments to get you to a solid ground, correct? And I ask that not because I'm asking you to predict the future, but at the same time, part of economics is knowing where we are, projecting where we can be based on the adjustments that we're making. So in that sense, we should not be at 11% or, an 11% increase, almost 12% increase, maybe a little lower next year.
Madam Chair and Councillor Champagne, so I'll leave it to the city economist to predict the future. But so what we're finding is that construction costs and sort of the operational costs associated with those critical services like lights and things like pump stations, they are growing at a really high rate. I think I've heard all of you complain about how a speed hump used to be like $2,000 when I started at the city, and we're now looking at $15,000. And so costs are actually growing faster now, in my view, than they have in the past. And on the slide you saw, what was up earlier, we all the directors, but myself included, have taken a hard look about what we can do better for cheaper. I've reorganized a lot of my department to be more efficient and to avoid duplication of duties and to try to deliver on construction projects faster. And so, yes, costs go up. We can't predict the I can't predict the economic future, but at the same time, we are constantly looking for ways to do things better.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Councillor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Sorry, I just had a couple more questions related related directly to the general fund. Oh, sorry, that's my annoying dog. My apologies, everyone, for having to hear that very loud bark. So with regard to the savings and everything that you were asked to find, and then you were asked what you needed. My question, I just want to find out again, no alternatives were suggested to you by the administration that don't rely on general fund subsidies? Because right now, I just am curious if there is any sort of thoughts around what fee or rates could fully replace that general fund subsidy, the 1 million one time and the recurring. So are there any other alternatives for cost containment or linked infrastructure fees or anything like that?
Madam Chair and Councillor Tejas, the administration is always asking me to look for alternative sources of funding, and I'm always looking. Just actually earlier this week, we were brainstorming about applying for state money to address some longstanding infrastructure needs with our pump stations. We also do flag for the issue of our state legislatures that capital coming online, which is a source of funding for us, is not just to fund, for example, community centers, but it also could be used to fund when we bring new lights online, for example. In the past year, we put, I think, over 500 new lights, some of them funded by you, around our city, and we all can speak highly of how lights improve safety, they improve quality of life, all those things, but all those lights also have a cost. And so, yes, we are always being asked, and I'm always looking for for ways to address some of those costs of my CIP coming online. And again, that is federal funding, state funding, solar lights, for example, I would hope had a much lower P&M cost than, traditional lights. We just put almost 200 solar lights on Central, for example. So yes, we are always thinking outside the box and getting asked those hard questions. And I think this budget does, it tries to get some of those needs met, and we'll continue to have those conversations.
Thank you. Do you know which costs in Fund 282 are truly operating costs and which qualify as capital preservation or capital maintenance?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, so traditionally it has been, like, as I said, the day-to-day frontline workers. I actually have a list of positions, so I can even read them out loud, because things like our street maintenance workers who are sweeping our streets, who are filling potholes, who are sealing cracks, and cleaning out our drainage ponds and our arroyos. That is the definition of operations and maintenance in my view. We have communication centers specialists who are tied, that's our dispatch as issues come in. We have some construction inspectors who handle the inspections of all of the above. So these are, as I said, even the titles tell you that they are focused on operations and maintenance. We have been looking at whether any of those positions could be funded in other ways, but as of now, this budget includes the 59 positions that I have been alluding to, the titles.
Thank you, Director. And just one more clarification back to Councilor Lewis's questions regarding the stormwater revenues. That $4 million revenue assumption is made again on the assumption that the ordinance is going to pass. The ordinance just was entered, and I don't see any sort of clearly identified, again, contingency plan in the proposed budget material should the ordinance not be enacted. Has that been a conversation? How are you planning to, just because we're asking to adopt a budget that relies on, a $4 million legislation that hasn't passed yet. So what's the fallback plan there?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, I think, the response to that is that this is the mayor's proposed budget, and in that proposed budget is the $4 million for stormwater fees.
Well, and thank you for that, CFO. Have you, back to my other question for Director, is when the administration departments for, provides cost reduction directives, almost always that should come with some sort of policy guidance, some sort of strategic priorities and decision-making parameters from the administration. Otherwise, I think departments are kind of left as, onto an island onto themselves, and are forced to make these operational decisions for what you very clearly pointed out is the mayor's proposed budget. And so I'm curious, how are you providing guidance to make those type of operational decisions for these departments, so that, because, without some sort of real guidance, municipal guidance from the administration, we open a door to unintended service impacts and governance risks. And so that's kind of my concern here is, from a municipal governance perspective, the administration's role is not just to say cut X dollars, but it should also provide guidance. And so I'm wondering what sort of frameworks that the administration provides to departments to help them make these decisions.
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, I guess I'm not sure what you mean by guidance other than we did sit down with the departments. We had conversations about each of them individually and their budgets and ways in which they could be more efficient. And to your earlier question to Director Turner about, you know, did the administration and her have conversations about creative ways to raise revenues, raise funding? The stormwater fees is an example of that.
Great, thank you, Madam. Let's see. So the type of things I'm referring to when it comes to guidance, which is especially important because, again, departments are just not, you know, they operate under executive policy and direction, and they operate through legislative appropriation. So, you know, for the mayor's proposed budget, type of guidance would generally be things like, you know, are you having conversations about what it means to freeze vacancies, to delay, you know, maintenance, cutting training, reducing, you know, type of preventative programs, what type of technology upgrades might be deferred. So a lot of different things typically includes conversations around what are clear fiscal targets and administrative priorities, risk tolerances, materiality, cross-budget coordination. So those are that's the type of guidance I'm wondering. And it's not to mean that administration should, you know, micromanage every cut, because obviously the departments know their operations the best, but I'm just wondering what type of policy framework and priorities within those decisions are made that is led through administrative leadership to help, you know, them guide their operational impacts.
Madam Chair and Councilor Tejas, thank you for that clarification. And yes, everything that you said is reflective in this budget. For instance, you see cross collaboration happening amongst the departments. You see where Triple H has said that ACS could better utilize this funding. You will see cross collaboration across departments where they're streamlining operations and sharing staff. You know, Director Turner mentioned that she has made the decision to increase staffing to have less dependency on positions. So this is happening. What your question is reflective across the board in the budget that was presented.
Okay, thank you for that, because I am seeing some departments with pretty heavy risk when it comes to those cross-cutting risks. When you look at staffing capacity gaps, the departments most affected there tend to be, you know, municipal development, transit, animal welfare, all the departments that many of our constituents here are coming public comment on. And so I'm also seeing, you know, other departments affected with, you know, within solid waste and aviation regarding enterprise and general fund comparability, and a lot of fund shifts and hidden subsidies when it comes to general services and municipal development and solid waste and transit and city support. And that's why, to me, it didn't seem like those conversations were had, because, you know, there's a lot of these risks that I have seen from these cross-cutting you know, dollar exposures and risk themes. So thank you for letting me know that you do have those conversations. I will, I have a list of where my biggest concerns are regarding that type of exposure and that cross-cutting that you mentioned. So I'll send that over to you. Maybe you can help clear up my questions about those risks.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Turner. I don't have a lot of questions. I just wanted to give your department some kudos, because we've been working a lot with Counselor Grout and I and your department on pedestrian safety and Route 66. We all have seen the headlines that it's been listed as the most dangerous corridor for pedestrian deaths. over the last 10 years, according to the Department of Transportation. And so I just want to say thank you. All the lights that we put in on Central, all of the hawk lights, striping, lowering speed, all the things have amounted to finally, over the last 2 years, a drop in pedestrian deaths. And so 2023, we're at 108, 2024, 94. And so we're seeing that go down. That's been in the news recently. And so I just want to say thank you to the DMD folks that help us do all the things. I'm pointing to my buddies over there too, because that for me in my district it's saving lives. And I know it adds cost to our budget, but it is saving lives. And so I just want to say thank you to the entire department. We still have work to do, and we're applying for grants and doing a lot of collaborative work. And so I just want to say I'm so grateful to you, your department, all the folks doing the work, and Councilor Grout for the collaboration, because it's working. It is saving lives, and that is what we're supposed to do, lessen suffering. And that's what I think we should be doing with our tax dollars. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I just cannot say thank you enough, and I know we're going to continue to see those drop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. I have just a couple of questions. Are you staffed adequately?
Madam Chair, so we have a number of vacancies in my department, as I alluded to, and so my first priority is honestly filling all of those positions, because we have had to get creative and kind of reprioritize things to get all the work that needs to be done. So again, first priority is filling those positions. I think once they're all filled, then that would be a time for another conversation of where we could use some extra help in some of those. I know several of you will probably say crack ceiling to me, because one of the number one requests that I get, and rightfully so. And so, yes, I probably could always use some crack ceiling positions, but I also know that this is a tough budget year, and so I'm also mindful of how that would impact the other departments. I did deactivate 7 positions, and so like every department will tell you, those were painful cuts. I think they were the least painful cuts that my department could do, but they are, obviously losing any positions. I lost, for example, a deputy, which means I think I'm doing like 3 jobs right now. So, and there were there are 6 other positions as well. So yes, there were cuts, there were challenges, but I am optimistic about this budget being able to fill some of those vacancies.
Thank you, Director. How many positions do you have vacant right now?
Madam Chair, so when we submitted our vacancy list on March 1st to you, there was 35 positions listed, minus the 7 that are deactivated, so that's 28. Since then, we've lost a few additional provisions, so that number would be higher, but we actually have a number of positions posted right now. So if you know any engineers or other street maintenance workers, I encourage them all to apply. And so, but that's a typical vacancy rate for us, is around that 30 positions mark.
Thank you. How long do they typically stay vacant? How long have those positions been vacant?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, it depends here, and I actually think I might have some numbers on here. So it depends on the position. Sure. So for example, our street maintenance positions, we can fill those like they're advertised. We have applicants tomorrow. Some of our engineer positions, those are in, up to like 100 days because those are much harder to fill positions. So it really depends. It depends on the position. Ideally, we'd like to keep these numbers as small as possible. But again, it depends on the position in question.
Thank you. The increase to the Dalkia contract, $2.4 million, what is that increase? What does that get us? I know that we've had a huge problem with copper theft.
I'm going to ask your department to get me a list over the last 5 years of how much we've spent on copper repair through the Delkia. You don't need that tonight, but I'm gonna want that. But what is the 2.4 increase for?
Madam Chair, so every time we add a light, it costs $5 per light per month. That's new lights. So a lot of those increases are associated with simply the fact that we continue to add new lights to the city. And there are also increased costs associated with, as time goes on, it takes more time, it takes more money, more resources to operate and maintain those lights. So those as well. And then I have actually our vandalism numbers for the last 5 years. So we are happy to provide those to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Bassan?
Madam Chair, this is not really a targeted question to Director Turner, but you reminded me when you were asking about vacancies, just something that I had asked staff to start making sure to ask, and I'd like to make sure to notify the administration as well, that when we're talking about vacancies and how long they've been vacant, we've been asking this question for years. And I think that it dawned on me this last week during the briefing that we need to start also trying to get the information of how many applications have come through for those vacancies. Because I think that might be beneficial when it comes to figuring out what we're looking at with, I mean, a vacant position that's there for 4 years with no applications, there's a different issue there. But if we've had a vacant position and there's been 6 applications, what is that reason for a continued vacancy? And so I guess I'm just going to take a quick second just to ask the administration if you all can maybe start providing us that information as well. And again, not be surprised when staff also circles back with you on it later, because it's something that I think might be a new metric that we should kind of marry the two concepts together.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's a great idea.
Madam Chair, Councillor.
Yes, Councillor, or Madam CFO.
Oh, sorry. Madam Chair and Councillor Bassan, yes, we can provide that. The one point of clarification, though, is, as I mentioned, in the past, the administration was holding positions vacant for a prudent program. And so those ones would not have been advertised and therefore had applicants. So there will be some, but again, as the City Council has requested, we are deactivating many of those. So moving forward, it shouldn't be as complicated.
Perfect, Madam Chair, and I completely understand that. And then I guess if there is, or if that one's one of the, I know that's being deactivated, but if for some reason something comes up along the way that ends up saying this is a new, hopefully not, but a new prudent program, whatever it may be, just maybe add that in there. This is vacant because, but I think that it's really going to be telling for us to find out, are people applying to the City of Albuquerque? Do we have to refine some of the other approaches for our HR process or for the application or advertising process? I mean, this might be a nice metric, I hope, to be able to reevaluate that so that we can have more people apply and get hired to fill a lot of these vacancies.
Thank you. I think that's a great suggestion, and we should probably add it to our objectives, Bill. Right? Thank you. Thank you, Director. Mr. Noel, planning is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With planning, we have Alan Varela as director. They have their budget for the proposed, their FY27 proposed general fund budget is $24.7 million. They have 194 general fund positions. The budget is a $1.1 million increase over the FY26 original budget. There is an additional $100,000 included for certified building official specialty pay per approved memorandum of agreement. And it includes 3 new positions that were created in accordance with legislation R 2025-045, which allocated $450,000 to improve timelines and permitting efficiency. And Director Varela is here for questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
Councillor Lewis has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Were you going to say anything before, Director? I don't know if you had something prepared to.
No.
Before I ask questions. Okay, no worries. We'll just jump right in.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm here to answer your questions as best as possible. I have some of my top-level subject matter experts in case I don't have some particular details, and we'll try to get those to you tonight. If not, we'll follow up like we always do.
Sure, thanks. Director, you got some fee increases, and you guys are still acknowledging that staffing remains a bottleneck for you. So I guess a couple of things. How much additional revenue do you feel like those fee increases are generating? And I want to relate it to a faster turnaround. I mean, how do you expect that to translate into faster turnaround on permitting?
That's a great question, and perhaps the slide that should have been up wasn't put back up, but if we could please put that back up, showing the improvement on the turnaround for permitting, I'd greatly appreciate it. There's your answer right there, Councilor. We've reduced permitting speeds by 70% over the last 2 years. In large part, thank you personally to you and professionally to you for the extra money that you provided to us last year after the main budget process. I told you that with that $450,000, I would be adding some very important plan review staff. Those are experts that have to review hundreds and sometimes thousands of pages of codes, compare them with plans, provide guidance to applicants, and then provide meaningful requests for technical corrections and comments. We did add that. We also took a little bit of the money and enhanced one of the features for ABQ Plan. That's our software system. And as a result of that, we've cut our processing time down now by 70%. I'm a person who really pays attention to performance measures. In our performance measures, you will see that our plan review time has gone way down, but that's an output measure. I like outcome measures just as much, if not more. And if you look at the outcomes, you're going to see that our numbers for average turnaround time for commercial permits as well as residential have dropped by that over 70%. We went and made special effort to make those measures true and reliable. I had found when I got to the department that for some reason the measures on turnaround times were skipping what I call the limbo time, which is from the time when the applicant submits their application to when a plan reviewer has it in their queue. That was sometimes taken days and sometimes months. I added that time into the calculation, so what you see here with a 70% reduction is an actual valid outcome measure from adding those staff.
What is that turnaround time today?
That turnaround time today, and if we'll go to the performance measures, so if we go to performance measures for building permits, the average turnaround time for residential permit issuance in days in FY24, when I got to the department, it was 40 days. We're now down to 12 days.
Okay.
And for average turnaround time for commercial permit issuance in days, when I arrived at the department in FY24, it was 98. We're down now to 27. That's our average.
So that's the average. It could range.
That's the average. That's exactly right. There are outliers. We do have the occasional person who turns in a perfect application,
yeah,
and it's faster. And we have those people who are very unfamiliar with apparently building codes, and we have to hold their hand and sometimes have 5 or 6 series of plan reviews with them. When we get to their third review, we call them up, we bring them in, and we actually will sit down with them. And I've been in some of those meetings to make sure they understand what corrections are needed. We're seeing fewer and fewer of those, though, but still, okay, those averages are real averages.
Okay.
I also want to add, Councilor Lewis, that I have heard other states say that they're so much faster. I've investigated that very, very carefully. I've learned that we're now just about the fastest anywhere. I met with somebody today who is actually a contractor and engineer who does insurance work all across the country. And he was telling me that Albuquerque is the fastest that he knows of in any of the states that he does business in. He does business in over 20 states.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's my 4 minutes for this department.
Thank you very much, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Rogers, 4 minutes.
I got it. All right, thank you, Director. Just a quick question, because I'm always asking, what's the goal? So I see that, what is the department goal for processing time? Like, what are you aiming for? Because that's always my pet peeve,
Yes.
these objectives never have the goal,
And,
so I know if we're getting to.
and Council Chair and Councilor Rogers, or I should say Committee Chair, I have a dream that we make fast tracks, which is a guaranteed processing time, probably time of 10 days or less. And a lot of large projects, they want that guarantee, even though we're usually faster than that anyway. My goal is to make that obsolete. That's one goal. The other one is I want Albuquerque known, which it is now, I want it sustained as the fastest permitting jurisdiction, certainly within New Mexico and within the region. I am, like everybody else, fully acknowledging that places like Utah, Texas, Arizona, Colorado to some degree have much better economies than we do and a reputation for doing things so much better. There is nothing they have intellectually that we do not have right here in Albuquerque. And we're making darn sure that we're going to show them up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. I've long before we were both at the city, we were with Quality New Mexico, so I appreciate the difference between outcome measures and process measures. Very different numbers, and outcome measures is, I think, what we're really focused on here. And so I just appreciate that you're thinking about that in your department, and I just would hope that we can reflect that also here, so we know what the goals are, because I know you have them. And I think I agree, we have the talent, we have the wherewithal. But I have a question, just like my last question to keep the 4 minutes, is around the ABQ, the new software. And so I remember from mid-year cleanup, there was some software needs to finish the build out. Have we shored all that up? Like, it's completely built out to all the mechanisms that help staff make their work more efficient and faster? Or do we still have some needs there for technology?
And Committee Chair and Councilor, we have completed the build out in February of this year. We celebrated the 1-year anniversary from the initial launch. We spent that year learning even more than we did during the year of due diligence prior to that, how to go through and modify the system. The advantage of this system is that we can modify it and improve it ourselves. Over the course of the last year, and really now it's about 17 months, we have made 190 modifications ourselves. Mm-hmm. So when somebody calls me and says, people are confused because X, Y, and Z either goes to a dead end or the terminology is not clear, we go in and we can fix that now. And so we've done that. So the answer is yes. Now, will there be future improvements that will be costing money? The answer to that is also yes. One of the reasons that we went with that technology, which we have branded locally as ABQ Plan, is because you can add on artificial intelligence features to it as those capabilities evolve out there in the marketplace. We are going to be on the leading edge, not the bleeding edge of that. We have had some people say, oh my goodness, Hawaii just went fully AI with their permitting system. Well, the fellow that I met with today who does business out there tells me it's taking them up to a year to get a permit. So we knew when we studied that, and it was for residential only, that it was untested, it was limited in what we would need, and it just wouldn't meet our, and the pricing was absolutely out of this world, ridiculous. But we'll continue to study that. We're going to be continuing to add that on as time goes by.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director.
Sure.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions about the senior code enforcement specialist that was cut. Our offices get lots of calls for weeds, litters, buildings they think need direct help. How big will this budget cut be to that service that we provide?
Our department doesn't have a whole lot of fat, as you guys all know. We have a department that was not firing all cylinders, and it now is. And so every position that's held, and in that case, it was held for prudent savings purposes. It wasn't actually deactivated on the deactivation list. But it does have an impact. It does have an impact. My goal once the dust settles from the budget process here, is I will go through and I will analyze which positions we can actually go through and rearrange and fund.
Okay.
And so you'll see me coming back during fall cleanup to possibly reactivate some of the deactivated positions and to take the hold off those positions that have been held to meet the prudent program savings.
Thank you. You have made great improvement to services to our constituents. And so some of these cuts, I think, would take us backwards. And I don't want that to happen. Construction examiners, we hear when people are doing their remodels or whatever, and they have to wait for an examiner to come look, make sure that the planning, that the electrical was done right so they can move on. Is that what this position is for, construction examiner? What is that?
And Council Committee Chair, I'm so glad you asked that. You're talking about inspectors.
Inspectors.
We are the fastest inspection jurisdiction within New Mexico. Over 98% of our inspections are conducted within one business day of when they're called for.
Very good.
And so that includes electrical. Now, electrical, as you all may remember, approximately a year ago, we took a big hit because our competitors, the county, Rio Rancho, and the state radically increased their salaries for electrical inspectors. I commissioned and got permission from the 11th floor for a special out-of-sequence salary study just for our inspectors. And then we went through and we found the money and we gave all our inspectors a healthy raise, and that problem went away. Within 6 months, some of those inspectors came back and we filled the rest of the vacant positions.
Thank you. That's great. Good job.
Okay, thank you.
Good job. Board ups for adapt you've got some money in the budget. Is that enough?
And Committee Chair, it's adequate. It's adequate. We find the money when we have to find the money. The challenge with board ups and with demolitions and such is, although we have some track record that we can use to predict the future, it is not always possible to predict the future. A demolition, for example, on a house is going to run about $30,000. A year ago, we went in the hole because there was a commercial property that had to be demolished, and that ran over $100,000.
Yes, I understand, and we don't want buildings to be dangerous, housing or commercial buildings. So we need to make sure that we have enough to take care of that, to keep us safe. Thank you. Any other question, Councilor Lewis?
Madam Chair, thanks. Yeah. So, Director, I ran your claims about permitting through AI, and you're pretty accurate. Good job. Yeah. So, for the most part, I think it's been reading your press releases, but it also talks about the reality on the ground, and so I think it's more than just your press releases, and there is some real data, obviously, to the increase and to the quicker permitting and that. So anyway, thanks so much. Great job. Thanks for implementing some of those things that were put into place last year, and certainly can see some improvements there. So thank you.
Thank you again.
Councilor Tejas, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have one question. Okay. I am just curious about the turnaround time for the permitting. Does the average that you calculated for the improvements, did that include just normal applications, or did it also include the fast track when you did your calculation?
And Councilor Tejas, that's a great question. I have my data team here, and fast track is, I can say this, and Committee Chair, fast tracks is a small percentage of the overall. So I don't think it would affect it all that much, but let me find out. I have Angelo Metzger here, who is helping lead that effort. And the answer is it's the entire universe of our permits, so it includes fast tracks. Now, the good news perhaps is that even when our numbers were lousy, it included fast track set. So One thing that you learn in this world is although your yardstick may not be perfect, don't change yardsticks if you're trying to compare one year to another year to another year.
Right. Well, I want to thank you for confirming. Can we get the information calculated without the fast track so we can have more of a normal sample to kind of understand what that looks like from that? Because I understand that the fast track was a 2-year pilot, and so that was approved. We recently extended it back in April, right? Is that the same process is 2 different things?
And
Oh, great.
Committee Chair and Councilor Tejas, you're talking about the fast housing program, which prioritized housing, anything that was going to add new housing within certain areas of town. That's different from the Fast Tracks program. The Fast Tracks program is available to anybody anywhere in the city who wants to pay extra in order to have a guaranteed turnaround time for their plan review processing. The fast
so the recent resolution that we extended is different?
And Councilor Tejas and Committee Chair, yes, those they overlap to some degree because we took the fast housing projects when they were identified as qualifying for fast tracks treatment without an extra charge, and we ran them through the fast tracks program.
Okay.
But they are different. However, you made me think of what I think is a really good idea prompted by what you said, which is I'd like to separate those out anyway, because since my goal is to compare fast track speed with non-fast track speed, we should be doing that anyway.
Yes, thank you, because that's really what I'm curious about. And I think it's an important sort of accountability and metric point, right? So that we can understand how the expedited permits are included in the overall average and how, you know, it affects the prioritizing of certain permits overall. And it'll help with those outcomes that we were talking about, right? The outputs versus the outcomes. So that's really, I think, a critical thing that I would like to see. And maybe we can get those calculations. If possible, I would like to see that. I'm just also curious, how much revenue do we generally lose out on because of, now I'm going to the fast track pilot conversation. So the one that we just extended again. Do you know how much revenue we lost to that in those 2 years?
And Committee Chair and Councilor, we know the number of permits that were processed through that. We can go through and look at the valuations on those, and then we can calculate if they would have paid for fast tracks, how much more that would have cost. We do not know that they would have paid for fast tracks. That's a big presumption. So I do not think it would be candid of me to come in and say we lost $1 million when we may have only lost $100,000.
Mm-hmm. And that's totally fair. And I think that's another one of those metrics that we can build into our outputs versus outcomes measurements, depending on how many of those applications were submitted through that pilot program, doing a survey to say, if this wasn't available, would you have paid? And that'll help us understand, I think, how it helped or didn't help, or on different aspects. So that would be super helpful. I appreciate it. Maybe we can tie that into the reporting requirements, since we just extended that 2-year pilot, so we can see what that looks like in 2 years.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you. Thank you, Director. I think we have some hungry bellies, so we're going to take a break. Let's come back it's 7:38. Let's be back at 8:05, okay? Thank you. we live? We're live? Okay. Okay, we're back from our break. I hope everybody enjoyed their real quick break. Our next, let's see, Mr. Noel is there. General Services is your next department. Sir? Yes.
Duran is the Director of General Services. Their FY27 proposed general fund budget is $22.4 million with 174 general fund positions. Their other funds budget is $22 million, excuse me, with 87 positions. They have $1.1 million in their budget, consisting of savings from deactivating 12 positions. $345,000 is set aside for raises for Metro security. And the City County Facilities Fund, Fund 290, has been consolidated into the general fund along with 3 positions and $636,000 in budget. And Director Duran is rolling down right now on his little scooter.
Good evening, Director. This is a new position for you.
It is a new position.
Welcome.
No one told me there was an initiation process.
That was quite the entry. Welcome. How are you this evening?
I'm doing good, thanks.
Okay. Counselors, do you have any questions? Counselor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It says in here that there is budget cut of 12 personnel for 1.1 million.
Correct.
How long were the positions open for?
Madam Chair, Councilman Champagne, some of them were open for a little while, security positions, that's why we got rid of them.
I'm sorry?
Were open for a while.
Okay.
They were security positions. We cut those positions to be able to, we're having some issues with retention in security. So we decided to cut those 5 security positions and offer raises to our Metro security officers and our Metro sergeants in order to retain them. So we were having, and I apologize, I'm out of breath. I was wheeling fast.
You didn't run, so.
It's not as easy to control these things. So we were having issues retaining, and we made the decision that we're having a hard time filling them. Let's just cut these positions, retain some positions, and we can compete with transit security officers, because that's where my good officers were going. They were making the jump to go to better paying positions, so we decided to try to retain them by cutting those positions and then offering, we'll use those savings for increases for the Metro security officers and Metro sergeants.
So when you say a while, what's a while to you?
So we have some Metro security officer positions. I can pull it up for you really quick. So we had some Metro security officer positions that were vacant for, the longest is 283 days. And then you have 253 days, 205 days, but then you also have one that is 33 days.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Counselors, any other questions? Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Director. Congratulations.
Thank you,
I just had a question around the consolidation of Fund 290. I'm understanding that that's a city-county fund that when we both shared City Hall to do building maintenance. And I know that we have one building, the LEC building, that is still shared. So can you talk to me about the revenues, like eliminating that, and what are the implications? Is any money for the county? Is it all like how do we dissolve that?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, so 290 was a fund that was put together for, like you said, the purpose of running the LEC. The problem that we had, and we were trying to figure out why the 290 fund was created in the first place, because the city's actually spending more money than Bernalillo County. It is sort of Bernalillo County money. It's kind of an internal fund. We make the facility upgrades, we do the fixing, and then we invoice them. So they did give us money, but in the long run, we ended up spending more money than the county did. So we just decided it was easier for us to track and put it in general fund like we track all the other funds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the money that's in the fund that we're going to be eliminating, that's all city money, no county money that, in other words, there's no split that needs to happen when we dissolve, that's all.
Madam Chair and Councilwoman Rogers, no, the 136 that's in there is projected for FY '26. That's what's going to be left. But that is going to be our money, and it will be spent by, well, we hope by the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you. Before we go to the next department, I'd like to ask Director Ramirez to answer a few questions. Director, thank you for being here this evening and your team. Thank you, sir. Mr. Director, it appears that the funding for the gateway system is outlined in communication between the CAO and Secretary Sarita Nair was not included in the fiscal year 27 budget. Why not, sir?
Would defer to the administration.
Madam Chair, as we spoke last week, I think, frankly, there was a drop in communication when we had critical individuals leave our administration in the middle of the budget.
Okay, so when I read this email or the letter that you all sent December 31st to the secretary, that was from the CAO.
Madam Chair, that is correct, and all of the actions that are outlined in that memo did occur, and then some. However, the money did not get placed in Triple H's budget.
But the person that you said left was not included in this budget, like they didn't have anything to do with the budget planning. So let's move on. Ms. Director, what is the total cost to operate Gateway for 12 months?
Madam Chair, the gateway system, which is inclusive of, and I'll go over all the programs, your quick answers, $35,015,683. That is inclusive of Gateway West operations, the case management contract. It is also inclusive of men's housing and treatment navigation, women's housing treatment navigation, first responding receiving area, shared costs for the operations, medical respite, medical sobering, gateway recovery, gateway family, and also gateway family lease, or the licensing for the hotel.
Okay, would you repeat that? 35 million?
$15,683,000, or $683.
35,156,83?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Before we got here, CFO Martinez stated that this would not be enough to operate Gateway for 12 months, but she said it would fund the first part of the year. Could you please clarify what first part of the year means?
Madam Chair, that reference is specific to, I believe, the offset of the state funding that we received, roughly the $16 million infused for certain programs that opened or began. So the proposed technical adjustment that I believe is being submitted for just over $6 million would be a portion for us to be able to go into contracting with our current providers, and then with a actual accountant drawdown, really get a better snapshot for that by the mid-year, and then do that projection for the backfill needed, which we are estimating projected to be about $9 million.
9?
No, 9.
How do you intend to make that, make up that shortfall?
I'm sorry, one more
How
time.
do you intend to make up that shortfall?
Madam Chair, we would be closely monitoring the budget for the next 6 months and be making determinations of where that funding will come from.
Will you be asking departments to find vacancies, to hold back positions that are vacant?
Madam Chair, are you talking about ones that will be left after we deactivate the positions you requested us to deactivate?
Yeah.
It's dependent. I mean, I think we'll be closely monitoring the spend downs of all of our departments.
How much do you anticipate requesting from council at the mid-year cleanup? You already said 9 million, so sorry about that. Okay, is this $6 million increase to Triple H's budget enough to satisfy the requirements for matching funding from the state?
Madam Chair, it's not the total cost, it's a portion of it as projected that we may need, with the remainder, of course, as I said, to be made up at mid-year.
So the answer is
The 6 million, does it meet the total 16 million? No, ma'am.
no. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on now. Thank you for being here this evening. Let's move on to environmental health. Mr. Noel.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Environmental Health has Director Paul Rogers. Their FY27 proposed general fund budget is $5.4 million. They have 39 general fund positions. They also have the Air Quality Fund at $5.4 million, with 33 positions and 15 grant positions. The proposed budget realigns operational functions.
Other departments within the city, so they're not just transit mechanics. Mechanic 3s are also in solid waste and in other departments. So, what we choose to do affects those other departments as well. They are in negotiations right now, so I don't know how much I can actually speak to the pay. I do know that we do have $685,000 that's in the budget summary. That's for negotiations for frontline employees. I think that would likely be enough to cover the mechanics, but I do not think that would be enough to do an increase in pay for our drivers at this time. And it was for every, what, $1, $685,000? For every $1, $685,000 we would need for a pay increase for our drivers.
I'm sorry, repeat that number.
For $1 that we would add to their current pay, we would need an additional $685,000.
Thank you. That is the number I was looking for. Thank you. And then one more question, Madam Chair. I note on the slides that we were provided tonight, it says there's no reduction in current services proposed. The department will be able to proceed with ABQ Ride Forward Plan implementation service changes in FY27. And I think, I'm not doubting that that is a true statement, but I do have very large concerns about implementation of ABQ Ride Forward in FY28. And I would love to think through how many positions do we need to authorize this year, even if it's in the second part of the year, so that you can continue ramping up staff so that we're ready in 2028 to continue that. We need a lot more drivers to implement FY28 plans for ABQ Ride Forward.
Madam Chair and Councilor Feeble-Corn, yes, so currently we have 150 drivers that we have working for ABQ Ride. These are MCO drivers, so I'm speaking particularly to that because that applies to forward, not our paratransit drivers. We did have a really great session of interviews. We've just turned over on our HR department, so we had a little bit of a dead time here for about a month and a half when we weren't bringing on drivers, but we had a very good interview session today, actually, in which we've extended about 20 offers for employment for MCO drivers. So that would take us back up to about where we were in February. We had 165 drivers that were on board. So that's really good for us, right? I mean, that gets us about a plus 30, maybe plus 40 when we hit the fiscal year over last year. To get to fiscal year 27 and be able to implement the phases of forward that we would like to implement there, we would need to have up to 164 or 199 drivers, which is what we would have still allotted as vacancies to be able to fill up to that number, even with the 52 cuts. And I do want to note that the 52 vacancies that were cut are not all driver positions. So that was only 34 were driver MCO positions. And the year prior for our prudent program savings, we were holding back 31 MCO positions at that point in time. So we'll be sitting pretty good, I think, as we go into fiscal year 27. We figured we needed to add about 35 drivers to get into fiscal year 27. But again, and that would get us to 199 drivers. To start implementing into fiscal year 28, we're figuring we would need about 29 drivers for the phases throughout that. So, I mean, even if we could get 15 drivers, that would allow us to then build into fiscal year 28. But we would need 29 drivers as we went into that. Now, again, the mechanics is a key part to that, too. So we could have all the drivers we want. If we can't get the mechanics into the shops and starting to work on that, that's when we'll start to see some struggles and not being able to proceed with the plan. And for that, I would say we still need to build up on our mechanics side. We've probably got about 11 mechanics that we would need to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure I got the numbers right. For fiscal year 2027, we are set. For
Yes.
fiscal year 2028, for drivers, we would need 29 more. So it would be helpful if we got 15 more released this year so that you can continue ramping up. And then for mechanics, we would need to add 11 positions in 2027 and/or 2028 to get us to the full implementation of ABQ Rad Forward.
Well, let me take that back, because we do, Madam Chair and Councilor Feeporn, let me take that back, because let me look at the needs here. And for fiscal year 27, we actually don't need any mechanics. We would need 5 going into fiscal year 28, and that's because we do have the vacancies. So let me correct that statement.
So the need is 15 more driver positions and preparation for 5 more mechanics in 2028.
Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor Feeporn, and the 5 would be for the entire year. So even if we got 1 or 2 mechanics, we would be okay to continue the rollouts into 28.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions? Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director. Thanks for being here. I just have a couple of follow-up questions about the network. And I'm going to ask Garrett to pull up a chart that one of our constituents did, who just, it really, for me, put into perspective the pre-pandemic numbers versus the post. If you just go down to the first chart there. When I saw this, it really put it into perspective, the drop-off in services post-pandemic to now. And so I just wanted to show that, because, and this is just straight from, pulled from our data and visualized in a different way, that shows the level of service. Even if you look at, I think that's 2021, right in the middle, where at the red line, it kind of tips to the red line there, that's 2021. And look how much services we've dropped down till now, January 2026. And so this helped me visualize the services as a whole, which is hard to visualize. And so I really appreciate Carlos, Michelin in the audience for really taking the time to visualize the data in a way that we could digest. And so I also, and I'm sorry, Garrett, I didn't send it to you, but in our packets for, and you can take that down, thank you, Garrett. You know, Jeff Hertz is our transit guy at Council Services that really dug into the recovery network. And his, just based on the network, and I think your department may have provided this table, which I think you were reading off for Councilor Feeporn.
Okay.
You know, FY28, you said 29, and you gave us the cost of 1.7 million. FY29, 28 with 1.7 million there, and then FY30 with 4 with 244,000. And so my question for you is similar to Councilor Feeporn. If we were able to just put half of the positions back, how many vacancies do you currently have for drivers and mechanics, separate from these ones that are proposed to be cut?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, yes, so we currently have 50, well, if we're talking about with the positions that are going to be deactivated, we currently have about 49 positions that are vacant for MCOs. So that would get us up to that 199 number for where is it, for fiscal year 27 that we're trying to get to. And then we currently have 16 Mechanic 1 vacancies, but this mechanics chart's a little bit misleading, or Mechanic 3 vacancies. The mechanics chart's a little misleading because it does include mechanic helpers, Mechanic 2s, and Mechanic 3s, which I believe we have more like 23 vacancies, I think, for all those together.
Okay. Thank you. So do you feel confident we can hire to those this year?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, I'm very optimistic, just given the fact that we've been able to, like I said, I think we'll finish the year with an increase of drivers around 30. We haven't been able to do that in several years. So we'd still have to fill 50 driver positions over the next year. I think we can do it. Our staff has a pretty good pattern that they're going through right now and how they're scheduling stuff and getting people in on an every 2-week basis so that we have a class every 2 weeks. Like I said, we've been able to have drivers in the classes over the past year in every class except like the last month and a half because I had that little bump where I was having to retrain some HR staff. It's the mechanics again that I am a little bit nervous on. And we have had a maintenance tech that we've had over at Ken Sanchez to help us keep up with these, but it is at 4 times the cost of our mechanics. Sure. So I'd much rather be able to bring on our mechanics in-house so that they could support this instead of having to contract that work out. But at some point, I mean, even the maintenance techs that we have, we've tried to ask and get another one, and they don't have the ability to staff up either.
Okay, thank you. And I think my question next is just about what do you think the barriers are besides pay to the retention of drivers?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, I think we've actually done a really good job with retention this year. A lot of the issues that we've seen have either been discipline related or they have been just retirements that we've had. We have had a couple drivers leave, but they've left to do other things, not actually to use their CDL driver. We've had some that have went to Amazon and aren't using their CDL right now. So I think we've done really good with that. And a lot of that, I really believe, has to do with just the changes that we've been implementing and making to the culture of the transit department. And then also just the safety enhancements that we've had out there too with the transit safety officers. And, I hear that from staff that they feel much more supported out there. And then also just listening and getting feedback and making changes in real time. I think one of the most simplistic things that the team has done over at Ken Sanchez is just put up some whiteboards in the driver's lounge, and they are able to just write down any questions that they have as they come in and out during the day, and we'll answer the questions every 24, 48 hours. They wipe it down and they start over again. So people are able to get those responses to the concerns that they're having in a much more real-time fashion. Same thing with safety and security. We have a system map that is out there that they can actually mark notes on for us so that we can help in the deployment of our resources as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad you brought up safety and security because that's the next question. I see that we're spending $5.4 million on security, whether that's Metro, APD Transit, Schimmel. I'm not a favorite of Schimmels, but what are your thoughts around actually using some of that money on a true paid ambassador program, similar to what we've talked about, where we have violence interrupters that are trained like in all the de-escalation, they are trained in security type measures, they're also customer service agents. I know we have the ambassador volunteers, but personally, I feel like we could use some of this security money, implement that type of a true violence interrupter ambassador program, and save some money. So can you talk to me about your thoughts? I know we've talked about this a lot, so just wondering if you've put any more thought to that instead of spending $5.4 million on security services outside of, only 1.9 of that is our internal APD, so.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, I think that's a great question. We talk about transit safety and security. We've been talking about it for a long time since I've been in this role. And, ultimately, the safety and security, the long-range implementation plan that we had is the reason why we have the transit safety officers. And that's our ultimate goal, is actually to get away from using the contracted security and putting that money over to APD TSOs. We have $1.3 million that we currently have that we're using towards contracted security that we are planning on moving over to APD for TSOs as they can staff up. They currently have 27 budgeted positions for TSOs and 3 transit safety sergeants that they have. All 3 of the sergeants are full. They have 20 of the TSOs filled right now, and they have 4 in training. So they're getting pretty close to, filling that gap to where we'll hopefully be able to transfer over some of that money so that they can get another 6 on board. But as we've been communicating, we're still going to be short $2.5 million to be able to get to the 87 that we're trying to get to in both TSOs and transit safety sergeants. As for the ambassadors, that's more of a customer service role, so I don't know that I would capture that in the safety and security realm. And again, our goal is to not really have the Garda World guards on the buses, but we would have more of a mobile structure with the TSOs going forward.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, and I get that. I think we just need to think of safety differently. We don't think of safety, public safety, as a customer service role, but it should be, in my opinion. We used to call police officers peace officers. We don't call them that no more. So I really feel like we need to think differently about what safety looks like, and it doesn't always mean a person in a security uniform, especially because knowing our security guards can't even enforce anything. Schimmel and Garda World, they're just there to look like they're keeping someone safe, but they can't enforce anything. They still have to call our TSOs, they still have to call our city security. So it's just for optics, in my opinion. If they can't do anything to actually keep me safe or intervene in any way, then it's a waste to me. And I think we could think differently about, and cities have already done this. Cities have already done this on buses with violence interrupters specifically that do serve both the public safety and the customer service role. And I think that we would get a lot further than hiring security guards that can't do nothing.
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, if I could, I will say the ATC, since we brought on Schimmel, has been night and day difference, and they've done an amazing job there. You know, they're really good at having conversations with people, at de-escalating situations. We have really seen our incidents drop at the ATC with their presence.
Yeah, thank you. I'm hearing different from my constituents when it comes to Schimmel, not just at the transit stations, but also I got chased down by Schimmel on Civic Plaza the other day. I got chased down by Schimmel, Lieutenant Justin or whoever his name was. Literally, they're not, I just don't feel like they're welcoming people into the city spaces in a way that makes me feel welcomed. And that's what my feedback is for them. And I've said this directly to them, to their people, because we also want to have welcoming spaces. And I just don't personally feel, my interactions with them personally have not felt welcoming. So that's not about the budget, so I'll stop there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Tejas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question. Of the 52 positions that were cut, what operational work disappeared? And then of the personnel costs that moved to grant-related services, what happens if the grant expires, if they're delayed? Are those personnel costs that were transferred, were those allowable and sustainable under those grant rules?
Madam Chair and Councilor Tejas, I'll answer your last question first. Yes, those positions that we are charging, it's about 95% of the personnel costs to the grant has been pretty stable for us for quite some time. So we don't see any issues with that going forward. And in fact, we're looking at a few other positions that we believe can charge a portion of their time to that grant as well. And then of the 52 positions, again, none of those, they don't have an operational impact right now on current services or on our ability, again, to grow through the first couple of phases through fiscal year 27 of ABQ Ride Forward.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, so I asked real quick about just, we're making a pretty big investment in zero fare transit. So can you show the actual ridership increase that's attributed to that policy?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, that's really tough. I mean, we started zero fares right during COVID right out of COVID as COVID was recovering. We're coming on to about 85% right now of our 2019 ridership numbers and continuing to grow. Our paratransit is really skyrocketing right now, actually, where we're seeing some major growth in that area. And we're continuing to see growth on our fixed route ridership. It's actually up 8% this year. Sunvan ridership is increasing up to 8% this last year too, and it's continuing to rise as well. And then we also have our Connect services too, which are actually up 14% so far this year. So yes, I think part of it too has to do with our service levels. So that ridership at 85% is with only 67% of the service that was available before the pandemic. So that's a big key. And then if you all remember last year, we were missing a lot of service too. So it wasn't reliable and people couldn't depend on it. And that was really hard for them. We've seen a 90% decrease this year in missed service. And we're down to just missing at the most, anywhere between 10 to 20 hours on a weekly basis. And many hours we're not missing any many weeks we're not missing any service. So that's been really impactful for us. And I think the more that we're able to, continue with that reliability to increase the hours of service that we have, I think we'll continue to see that ridership come back strong, especially with everyone was saying, we've got a lot of things going on in the economy that are really driving people towards transit. And it is a big cost savings. For every $1 that's invested in transit, $5 comes back in economic returns. And I think that's what they were asking you to Google there earlier. That's a pretty known fact that APTA puts out. So it's really important. And, we talk a lot about housing and, housing's the number one cost that most people have. Transportation's really close second. And if people can avoid having to have a car, even one car in their family, they're able to save about $13,000 a year. And that's huge for somebody when you think about trying to make rent or trying to buy food. And so it is really important that we continue, I think, with the zero fares. People have really had a lot of positive things to say about it. You even heard that today in the public comment.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm trying to keep my time down here. So,
He only has 4 minutes.
Got it.
My question was about 5 seconds. So would you attribute any increase in ridership due to the zero fare policy?
Madam Chair and Councilor Grout, yes, I definitely would. Again, you even heard in public comments the college person that was mentioning having to come up with change and just find that to even come. You wouldn't be surprised when you're really strapped and how much that means for you to be able to get somewhere. And if people can't afford it, then they choose not to ride, and a lot of things they're not connected to their lives, right? They have to make choices on the work that they're able to do, on where they're able to shop, the people that they're able to see, and we have taken that burden away from them.
I'm not like questioning the validity of the program. My point is, if the goal is to increase ridership with that policy, right? I mean, I think you've said that you've seen it, and the goal is to increase it. Like, the hope is that the zero fare policy would just, would really help just flood our buses, with users, right? I mean,
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, I think that's one of the goals, but I definitely don't think that is the only goal. Another goal is to help people, have some upward mobility and have access to the things that they need to get that upward mobility.
No, I understand that. I get that, and I'm not arguing that whatsoever. I'm just saying that part of the reason that the zero fare policy was implemented is to, increase ridership, so that more people would use it. And if that's the way it's headed, are we maintaining service through a sustainable model? If that's part of it, or are we making temporary adjustments that need to be reversed sometimes? So the costs are going to go up. If part of the zero fare policy is to increase ridership, as we increase ridership, the costs are going to go up. There's not a revenue source, for those costs related to that policy. Is it sustainable if it works?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, and I think one of the things that was on my slide too was how we are also looking to continue to increase revenues in different ways. And so one of the ways was a change in technology that we had on the paratransit side. And it's allowing us to capture county travelers within paratransit. We were realizing we weren't capturing that very well. And so we had a $600,000 increase just for that and being able to capture, the county's costs of the paratransit. We're also working on, we just had an RFP close. We're getting ready to award here shortly on RIN credits for RNG that we lowball, I think, anticipated about $250,000 a year there, but we're hearing that we think it's going to be more than that. So that will also be something that will be helpful to us. And then even on the advertising side, we did open up our newer buses, our 300 and 400 buses to the advertising, so we'll see some increases in revenue there. So just continuing to be, resourceful in the revenues that we can bring in and, to help support it as it continues to grow.
Thank you, Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know that this is a question for the director. It's more for the administration. But I note in here that we are asking transit to pay APD about $1.3 million to cover the cost of security. Now, it's my understanding that security was moved from transit to APD. And I'll just say these numbers out loud. APD's budget is $278,238,000, 31.8% of our budget, and Transit's budget is $25,257,000, which is 2.9% of the budget. Why is the decision being made that one of the smaller departments that is already being decimated in this budget being asked to pay back $1.3 million to APD?
Madam Chair and Councilor Feeble-Corn, I guess I can kind of walk this back as a little bit of a history of transit security. And you guys really are waiting to hear this. So back in fiscal year 18, we used to actually have transit security in-house. We had 40 positions that got moved to DMD. All the funding, the positions moved with them. They then eventually ended up moving to GSD as Metro Security, and then to APD as now transit safety officers. We didn't get all of the money back for that. We did end up losing about $1.8 million in that whole transition just for the numbers and how everything transferred over. But we were able to find some fuel savings that we had out there, and it was given back to us to be able to pay for contracted security. And so that's what we're using as that fuel savings to be able to continue, because transit safety is really important for the department, obviously. And so we prioritized that to be able to move that $1.3 million, which was actually almost 1.8, because we have transferred over part of it. We're still keeping it, but we're journal entrying it over as they're able to fill positions, just so we can keep the contract security. So as they fill the positions, then we back off on the contracted security, and they can continue to increase the TSO program. But like I said, we're still going to be short that $2.5 million.
Yeah, no, I get all of that background, but the reality is that transit security officers are APD employees, and APD has a ginormous budget. And I think that it is strange that we are transferring $1.3 million from one of the smaller departments to the largest department for paying their own employees. And it just happens to be that what we heard from Director Keener earlier was that we need 15 more positions. It's about the same amount of money. And so I feel like we should find some way to have APD absorb something that really wouldn't hurt their budget at all, and let the transit department maintain that money and spend it on the things that we have heard tonight are absolutely necessary. So I'll just leave that with everybody.
Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really didn't have anything until you brought up a point about FY18 that you had 45 security officers for transit. How many do we have now?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, at that time we had 40. We actually ended up transferring over a total of 57. So it happened over 3 fiscal years. As ARP got brought on, we got additional funding for those positions that eventually ended up going to DMD and then to GSD.
Okay, and Madam Chair, then how many do you have now?
Right now, we have 27 transit safety officers, we have 3 sergeants, and then APD is also providing us 10 PSAs, so I will say that's like awesome that they're doing that for us, as well as we actually just got a lieutenant from them and then a deputy commander. And the lieutenant and the deputy commander and the 10 PSAs were all, we didn't give any money to APD for that.
Okay, Madam Chair, so it obviously isn't at the same caliber that it was in FY18.
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, if I could too, in FY18, we had much more service out there as well. So, I think that's part of it.
What do you mean?
We had more hours of service. We had more buses operating, more routes going. It was before the pandemic.
So we were a little more busier. We had 40 security officers. Now we're not as busy and we're shorthanded on security officers.
We were busier. We had 57 security officers, and now that we're not as busy, we have, we have 10 PSAs and we have 27 TSOs.
So that's 37. So we're about right there.
Yeah.
But you need more.
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, yes, that's the plan that we've been building off of, the long-range security plan, which calls for 80 TSOs and 7 security sergeants. And that includes taking back the ATC as well. So that was not originally in the plan, but now that we're having to cover the security there, that's additional TSOs and sergeants that we needed to add to it.
Okay. Madam Chair, what do you think the big difference is and again, as you pointed out, FY18 with 40 securities that now, like 10 years later, what change that causes this big attention that we need a lieutenant and a DC and PSAs and if we're not as busy?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that we just, okay, let me start with this. So 57 of those, we never had those all filled. So I should probably start with that. That was just positions that we had budgeted that were full-time employee positions. I do think that there wasn't as much of a focus on safety and security. I do see that as when I started here 4 years ago, we didn't even have dedicated transit security. We had Metro that we would just sometimes call and they would come and show up, but we still had plenty of incidents going on. So I think it's a lot of that, of just trying to get the incidents under control, trying to get the safety back into the network. And I think we're seeing a lot of success with that right now and having that presence available and that quick reaction. I think it's also what's starting to help us with our driver retention too, because when I first got here, you could call and they just stopped calling because people weren't responding to the stuff that was happening out there. And now they can get a response very quickly. And our TSOs are dialed right into APD too, so if they need them, it's so quick too. But we're seeing our security incidents come down. You saw that in the last quarterly report. You'll see it again in the one that's going to be introduced next week. They're down about 20%, and I think we'll continue to see those going down as well.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, just one last question out of curiosity of a public comment was, why aren't we reinvesting this stuff in there? And it brought up a question, and maybe you can answer, CFO. We have enterprise funds. That everything that's built in is redirected back into the department. Why isn't transit in an enterprise fund?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, they are an enterprise fund.
They are?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the money being taken out or whatever's being cut is just being redistributed throughout that same department, correct? We're not moving the savings that they say they're cut and anything into Gateway or
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, they do receive a subsidy, so I think from the general fund. So I think that's what's been referenced previously, is that there was a reduction in that subsidy from the general fund.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Pena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say to Director Keener that I really appreciate, one of the challenges that we have in the Southwest Mesa is adding new lines is always so expensive. And we were underserved here in the Southwest Mesa for so long. And you know, we would ask to add a new route, and, you know, it was in the millions of dollars, and it just, as you all know, with what we're going through now, the budgetary constraints that we have. And, you know, Director looked outside the box and really brought in that ABQ Connect. And I mean, I think this is the future of transit in many ways, and it has really transformed how people here in the Southwest Mesa that have to walk long routes to even get to a bus stop have service come to their door. And it's improved not only that, and with Sunvan as well. So I just really want to tell her how much I appreciate that. Those are some of the calls that I used to be flooded with. And to be honest, this is what made me talk now, is because I really don't get those calls. So I haven't called Director Keener in quite a while. So thank you, Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, if I was king for a day and had my magic wand, I'd throw out a couple streetcar lines to the west side in Mesa del Sol, and, you know, maybe a few more art lines too. All that said, thank you for all the work you're doing under the constraints you have.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to say that I think one of the ways to get increased ridership too is to have safe bus stops. And I know I text you often, not as often as I was, because they are better now and they are more inviting, and that's important. So I think it starts with the bus stops. That's where oftentimes we've heard that people don't feel safe, and so it is nice to see it is improving. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Okay, we are going to move on to animal welfare. Mr. Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Animal Welfare has Carolyn Ortega as the director. Their budget for FY27 is almost $16 million. They have 145 general fund positions. It includes non-recurring funding of $100,000 for the preventative clinic lease agreement and $70,000 in cost savings by bringing spay-neuter blitzes in-house to the preventative pet care clinic. And Director Ortega is here for questions.
Good evening, Director. Thank you for being here.
Hello, Madam Chair. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Welcome. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. So I have quite a few concerns about animal welfare's budget, and we heard from the community that they share those concerns. I think one of the biggest ones for me is the loss of 3 field positions. And so I'd love to hear what we will do if we are not able to fill those positions. I don't know about the other counselors, but I certainly, the number one request I get from my constituents in regards to animal welfare is more enforcement of our HART ordinance. So can you just talk me through how we will possibly enforce HART in the field with only 2 animal protection officers per shift?
Madam Chair and Councilor Feeblecorn, first I'd like to start by just thanking the group of people that came in today. I think that's what I love most about my job, is they're very passionate in both directions. Either they're going to be super opinionated about what we do at animal welfare, or they're going to support us and they're going to come out to support us. And I'm happy that it is the latter, because it hasn't always been the latter in animal welfare, as many of you know who have lived in Albuquerque for a while. Our animal protection officers, I think for the record, I want to make sure that everybody really recognizes our animal protections officers as public safety. I think for as long as I've been here, they are not recognized as public safety. They are sworn officers who show up to crime scenes to take animals out of homes where there's dead people. They show up to fires to take animals out of buildings that there are animals in the perimeter to help out the firefighters. They show up to accidents when someone's getting taken to the hospital. They take the dog to the shelter. They get called out to help ACS when ACS is finding someone a place to go, but won't take their services without them having a place for their dog to go. So these animal protection officers every day are out there, not just for our constituents, but for the other departments that need their support. So I would like, for the record, for us to start calling them public safety. Now, as far as the cuts go, we had to go through a very rigorous activity for this budget year, and my heart hated it, but my business side and my accounting side of my brain understands it. We have one pie, and we're all part of one pie. That pie has not gotten any bigger. And for mayors, going back as long as I've been alive, mayors have priorities. And when you have priorities, then those priorities get the bigger pieces of the pie. And the other departments have to take slivers of that pie to support those priorities. And that's what has happened in my department. So I get upset about that, because it took me 6 years to add 13 positions, and this year I'm losing 14 positions. So it takes me back 6 years. And all of those outcomes that Councilor Tejas likes to mention every meeting are going to take a hit. We have had positive outcomes on every single initiative that we have instituted in animal welfare. And having to make the tough decisions because our department runs so lean. Every day I'm making cuts. I do cost benefit analysis, and I make cuts to our budget every single day. Today I made a $5,000 cut to our budget. Last year I made multiple cuts to our budget. I saved 90% on pet food. I closed Lucky Paws, but the timing wasn't right. I made all the cuts, and then we get to a tough budget season, and I have to make more cuts from a very lean budget. So that's, had I had any other choices, I would not have cut positions. I would have cut 0 positions, right. But I didn't have many other choices. So the animal protection officers, because they're usually the higher turnover, they're usually the ones that are harder to fill. Not that we can't fill them, they're just usually harder to fill. They got caught up in those cuts, but they weren't the only ones. I wanted to make sure that each division was equally impacted, that no division was wholly impacted. The only division that wasn't impacted was the clinic, because they are our proactive way to make sure that the population in our shelters are going down. And because if the population in our shelters are going down, the need for staff are going down. However, we have never had the number of staff that we need in animal welfare in the whole history of animal welfare, which is why we have 500 volunteers, which is why we need 300 fosters. But I can say that because our population is going down and because we closed Lucky Plaza last year, we were able to pull those resources into the shelter and absorb them, which again is why our numbers are going in the right direction as far as outcomes. What is going to happen with cutting the animal protection officers? Last year we set a goal of a 25-minute response time for priority ones. So that means if APD calls us to go out to a crime scene, that means if the Gateway Center calls us out because there's a dog fight, that's a priority one. If there's a dangerous dog on the loose, that's a priority one. If there's an injured dog, that's a priority one. If they are selling puppies and kittens, that is now a priority one. So our officers had a 25-minute response time because in many cases, because of things out of our control, like people being on FMLA or people calling in sick, there are times that we have 1, maybe 2 officers at a time to cover all 550,000 residents in Albuquerque, 1 on the east side and 1 on the west side, to cover the entire area. So our response times are going to go down. We get 26,000 calls for service in animal welfare a year. That's gone up since last year. We had 25,000. This 2025, we had 26,000. So the calls are not going down, they're going up because we now have more laws. We are now enforcing laws, but it does make it difficult because we try to assume goodwill and we'll give warnings, but warnings take time because if you give a warning, then you have to come back and follow through on the warning.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's going to turn into more citations, more civil fines, slower response time, and a tougher ability to get to where we need to get before people just leave. And probably, and I get calls from all of you when there are complaints, and we're usually on it right away. But you probably can expect more calls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that answer, and I appreciate the fact that, you were told to cut. My questions around field services are specifically because, and we heard this from several commenters tonight, animal protection is a public safety, right? We cannot have animal issues in our public, stray dogs, vicious dogs. We can't have those things happening and not respond if we are going to pretend that we care about public safety. And I think that it is clear that in the current budget, we don't really care about that level of public safety. And so I'm just curious. Well, first of all, let me just say, I think I know the answer to this, but why were those 3 positions open? Why had they not been filled?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, a couple of them were on the prudent savings, and we were able to remove them from the prudent savings for a bit because my deputy director became available, so I moved that into the prudent savings, which, as CFO Martinez mentioned, is when they were in prudent savings, it gave directors the flexibility to, if I had other vacancies, which like the vet is very hard to fill. If I have that vacancy, I put it into prudent savings to save for that year until we can fill that position, and I move something else out and try to fill that. So it's all about moving things around, which in this environment is very important to be able to do. It's important to be able to say, hey, I'm going to save some money in operations now, $5,000, so I want to be able to move that over here. So mostly because of prudent savings. But then, as Director Allen mentioned, when the smoke clears, we were ready to start hiring those, but the smoke hasn't quite cleared yet, and they were on the list that was vacant. And again, I didn't want to, had I not selected animal protection officers to be on that list, I would have had to select 3 more animal handlers,
right,
or a vet,
right,
or a
right,
vet assistant.
Thank you. I mean, I think that's my point, is that we have put some departments that were just maximizing efficiency and maximizing what they could do with a very small budget. We have treated them like every other department, well, except for APD and AFR, who didn't have to cut. And we've just said, you're going to cut a certain number of positions. And we didn't take into account what that actually does to public safety, not to mention what it's going to do to our euthanasia rate, which is going to go up under this proposed budget. And I certainly hope that this council will fix that, because we have worked a very, very long time. When I first started working on animal issues in the city of Albuquerque, we were killing 19,000 animals a year. And I have seen this director and this staff do miraculous improvements and get that number down to, we were at 90% live exit, which is incredible. And for us to be even contemplating for a split second that we can just go backwards is really, really upsetting. So I just want to, last question, in addition to the increase in euthanasia rates, which I know will happen, under the proposed budget, would you have the current staff needed to go out to all the ACS and HHH pop-up events to provide services?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, we will continue to support ACS and HHH. It just may not be at the volume that we have in the past. But all of our services will continue, but I will look at every area of operations and adjust accordingly.
So that's unfortunate as well, because we've been spending the last 4 years of me pushing for more interdepartmental work, and I want animal welfare to be at all of these pop-ups, because that is the community service that the community deserves, and we're going to have to say no to some of them under the proposed budget. But I do think that we can make some changes and make this better. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, of the 14 positions that are being cut, are any of them filled currently?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, no, they are not currently filled.
Okay, so nobody's going to be put out of a job, correct?
No.
Okay, and what's the average day that these openings were available or on the market for filling?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, for all of the positions that are going to be cut, the average is probably 230 days.
Okay.
Maybe closer to 300.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Ortega, I really appreciate your candor tonight. I'd like to grab lunch with you after all this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilor Baca.
Counselor, or Director, how much do you need?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, how much do I need for?
What do you need? What do you need?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, of course, every single department needs.
We know that.
Something.
But I'm asking you, and I know that you won't give us an outrageous number, but what do you need?
If I were to ask for one thing, it would be my animal protection officers back.
How many? 3?
3.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think I'm creative, I'm resourceful, and animal welfare has been through tougher times. So I will find ways to partner with other departments, like calling Chief Emily and having her come help me hang something that's 26 feet high, and calling Counselor Simon and having him come spread wood chips for me. I used all of the city resources to help animal welfare, and I do appreciate that all of the departments do come through when
That's
I
nice.
ask, and we want to do the same for them as well.
I think that's very nice. I'm glad to hear that they do that, that you do that. What did you save in your $5,000 cut today? What did you cut?
Today I cut the armored services. They are no longer going to 3 locations. They are only going to 1 location, and I was able to save $5,000 on that and still be in compliance with the 24-hour deposit.
Okay, and what is an armored service? Tell me.
They're the ones that come and pick up any fees that are gathered. It's the money.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that service. Okay, got it.
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, that was smart. That's good. Very good. Okay, well, thank you. All righty, any other questions, counselors? Thank you. Thank you, Director. I appreciate it. Okay, we are moving on to youth and family. Mr. Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Youth and Family Services has Director Jess Martinez. Their FY27 proposed general fund budget is $25.9 million. They have 143 general fund positions and 70 grant positions. The budget includes a $500,000 investment in new youth programming, $800,000 in salary adjustments for part-time staff, and $575,000 in non-recurring funds for after-school programming, sponsored initiatives and events, and support for the Westgate Bike Shop. And Director Martinez is here for questions.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening, councilors.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Thank you for being here. And by the way, just tell all your directors how wonderful they are. They provide a wonderful service to all of our children in the community, so thank you. Counselors, any questions for Director Martinez? Let's see. Oh, Counselor Tejas has some. Counselor Tejas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank the director for taking time to meet with me and go over questions that I did have already. So thank you, Director Martinez. I appreciate it. It saves a lot of time when we can have questions answered beforehand. So just thank you, and I appreciate the job that you were doing.
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director. Just a couple questions just about the cuts for teachers for early childhood. Which are any of these due to new closures, or just wondering about our status of the child development centers?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, no, they have nothing to do with the Early Head Start program. These are all vacant positions. On average, they were vacant approximately 639 days. They just haven't been filled.
Got it. Thank you. And I'm also just want to say I'm appreciative of the funding for youth programming, especially the teen programming. I know we talked a lot about just the teen center for Heights Community Center and the pay challenges for being able to attract good pay folks to work with our teens. So I'm grateful for that and look forward to working with your team on that.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we're just whizzing right through now. Sweet. I know. Legal, Mr. Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Legal has Lauren Keefe, the interim city attorney. Their FY27 proposed general fund budget is $8.9 million roughly. They have 55 general fund positions. The budget includes a $400,000 increase in recurring funding for the diversion program to address the cycle of low-level, nonviolent offenders being detained without treatment or a long-term solution. And it includes a realignment of budgeted positions to increase transparency. And Attorney Keefe is here for question, or I'm sorry, Devin is here for question.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
I'm great. How are you, Madam Chair?
Good, good. We're doing good. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you talk a little bit about the diversion program and why that is important to add those positions in the city's legal department right now, rather than funding another type of diversion program that's housed elsewhere?
Yes, Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, yes. And in fact, I kind of have a twofold answer, one of which is the more recent, is that I've had multiple conversations with multiple potential partners about how to implement diversion. And we are implementing diversion not just in legal, but at every point in the process. A lot of that is now happening within APD. But our most recent meetings have been with the judges at the Metro Court about how to process citations issued by APD. And Metro Court has decided to start a Friday scheduling day. And so every Friday in Metro Court, there will need to be an attorney present to handle the scheduling of hearings on citations. And on those Fridays, the Public Defender's Office will be there with diversion resources, including the providers, and that needs to be handled by an attorney. Currently, most misdemeanor prosecutions are handled by APD, but because this will be a single day in a single courtroom, there needs to be an attorney there, so it needs to be city legal that provides that attorney, and we have agreed to do that, and that will start in July. So I have actually just approved the advertisement for that attorney today. But the other reason that it needs to be in city legal and not elsewhere, city legal currently runs a traffic arraignment program where if you get a speeding ticket in the city of Albuquerque, you then get a call from somebody from my office who will offer you a plea bargain. And that in order to expedite those proceedings. So city legal already handles these types of programs. And so this was to some extent modeled on the same idea that city legal can offer a plea deal to somebody who has received a citation, but that will be to send them to a program, to get them into a case management program or a rehab program or something like that. So it does make sense for city legal to handle this type of program, including the fact that if we aren't able to reach a deal on some of these cases, city legal will be handling the prosecution.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And then one unrelated question. You guys got an increase. You're moving a lot of the attorneys from around the city into city legal. Do you feel that the proposed budget is adequate for doing some of the enforcement work that you and I have talked about many, many times, like short-term rental enforcement, business license enforcement? We're not doing those things. And I always got the impression that was because we were, not funded. We didn't have people to do that. We're getting more money to you, more folks to you, taking on new work that we weren't doing in the past with this diversion program. Is there resources, will there be adequate resources to do some actual enforcement of our existing laws?
Madam Chair, Councilor Fieberkorn, I think there will be. But just to be clear, these aren't new resources in terms of the city. It's just moving these resources from the departments in terms of those 7 positions, from departments into city legal. So these aren't new positions, and it won't create new capacity within my department for additional work.
So it was my understanding that there would be new people hired under the diversion program?
For the diversion program, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Up to 3 new positions. But in terms of the 7 positions that are being moved into my department, that they won't have. However, we have worked with the clerk's office on ways to streamline the hearing process of the independent hearing office. What happens when City Council passes a new ordinance to expand enforcement, very often there comes with additional resources to code enforcement, sometimes not. But when code enforcement does more work, city legal has to do more work. And I think you saw in our numbers a very large number of hearings that we handle that are mostly driven by code enforcement or by automated speed enforcement. Streamlining those hearings in the hearing office will mean that we can handle more without having to bring in more attorneys.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Tejas.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for you, Madam Esquire. Do you know what are the most common types of citations that Metro Court is really dealing with that kind of led to the suggestion of this diversion program?
Madam Chair, Council Tejas, I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I believe that I have a list and that I could get it to you and all the councilors. So you can see, in fact, the number of citations by statute or by ordinance. And the Metro Courts program will focus on violations of city ordinances, the Friday hearings that they're going to be holding. And so I did kind of lose my train of track until what else I wanted to say in response to your question. But there are a variety of ordinances that we've been trying to enforce, including the new ordinance prohibiting public camping and the ordinance not to have articles that obstruct sidewalks.
Thank you. Thank you. Because that's kind of the question I was going to ask now. Do you know what type of fiscal impact, the new ordinance 02614, if signed by the mayor, will have on your department? And have you done any sort of cost calculation about that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, I don't expect that ordinance to have a large impact on city legal. I think that will really just be a question of focusing resources in certain areas. I think for APD and legal, what you will now see is the possibility of citing somebody for physically blocking a sidewalk, even if they're not blocking it with articles. That would be new. Of course, it would be limited to the specific areas designated by the mayor and then approved by city council. But I don't expect that to generate a much additional work for the legal department.
Thank you. So much additional work outside of these extra funds you're asking to create a diversion program, because those, I assume that's where these type of citations would go.
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, that's correct. And, we've been talking about diversion for quite a while. Of course, going way back, the McClendon settlement agreement that was signed in 2017 has a requirement that the city explore ways to divert people out of the criminal justice system. And we actually have been putting together in the last couple of months the list of all the ways that we have actually been doing that since 2017. But in the past couple of years in particular, we've been really talking about what else can we do. The goal in issuing a citation is not to get somebody to MDC. The goal is to control something that's going on in a specific neighborhood that's impacting businesses and neighbors, and to put an end to that, and to get somebody into resources, to get somebody in a position where they're not with a tent on a sidewalk or in front of a business. And so we've been talking about multiple ways, and I think APD is really exploring ways that they can do that out in the field. And so then I started talking first with the district attorney's office about city legal doing it for people who had already received citations.
Thank you, Ms. Keefe. Yes, no, don't get me wrong, I strongly support diversion programs. I worked at the 3rd Judicial District Court for many years, and I know how well they work. They produce great outcomes, reduce recidivism, they connect people to service. I really do understand and support diversion programs. My question, my concern is whether we're expanding citation-based enforcement in ways that can increase the need for diversion rather than reducing underlying causes that bring people into the system in the first place. And so that's where my bigger concern lies, is sort of the fiscal impact of needing a diversion program when there are alternatives, approaches outside of enforcement only, because, then the city has to absorb all those costs later, like funding a diversion program instead of, funding better service-based programs that aren't punitive. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Counselor. I just have one question. There was a $139 technical adjustment from budget per the CFO, and in the CAO hearing packet. Did it make it into the budget? And it says, let's see, in the fiscal year 25 budget, council directed that funding position be transferred out of legal. So my question is, to date, the legals department operation funding has not been restored. Can you tell me where that money is?
I'm assuming that's a question for Mr. Noel?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes, that would be a good one, our CFO. There you go. So y'all took it out. Where'd you put it? Because it was supposed to come back to legal, correct?
Madam Chair, I don't think it was supposed, it was supposed to come back to legal. It wasn't restored to legal. Originally, it was, the budget was removed by council when, in FY '26, when there was I guess, an attempt to realign funding and positions. And so the amendment had taken the budget from operating, and then subsequently, when the position was taken this year, going into FY '27, both the position and the funding for the position were moved out of legal. And so that is the amount that I think we're
So
talking
the
about.
ask, okay, let me just read this so that we're all on the same page. In the fiscal year 25 budget, council directed that the funding for position 1000928, it was the Policy and Government Affairs Administrator, be transferred out of the legal department. As a result, $139,000 was deducted from legal's operational budget. In fiscal year 26, the position was funded and transferred out of the legal department. However, the deduction in operating was not reversed. Legal requested that these funds be restored to its operating budget, but the request was not granted. Legal subsequently raised this issue with admin, reiterating the need for the $139 to be reinstated. To date, the legal's department operation funding has not been restored. So my question is, what did the administration do with the $139,000 that was appropriately budgeted for legal but was taken out via technical adjustment?
Madam Chair, yeah, you just explained what I had already explained. And then CFO Martinez, did you?
Madam Chair, I was talking to Mr. Noel. I know this is a conversation we've had. We had a conversation just yesterday or the day before about a technical adjustment around shifting some monies between personnel and operations. But my understanding, Mr. Noel, is a technical adjustment is not needed. Am I accurate on that?
No, CFO Martinez. Actually, yeah, there is a technical adjustment of $400,000, and that's going to be moving just the $400,000 from operating, or a portion of the $400,000 from operating into personnel. So about $300,000 for the diversion program, because they're going to start staffing up on that. But then the remaining $100,000 will remain in operating, but that's not the same amount of the $139,000 that we're talking about here.
But Madam Chair, it is being left, the conversation we had was specifically about leaving that 100 in relation to trying to shore up a bit the operations.
Okay. Clear as mud right now, but we'll figure it out. We'll follow up afterwards. Thank you. All right, any other questions, counselors? Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to solid waste. Mr. Noel.
Solid Waste has Director William Gallegos. Their FY27 proposed budget is $95.8 million. They have 542 positions. The risk assessments related to workers' compensation, tort, and recovery decreased by $18,000. And the proposed refuse disposal operating fund budget includes $1.1 million decrease in overtime. And Director Gallegos is here for questions.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
I continue to be amazed by what your department does for the city.
Thank you.
It runs like a clock.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Our trash gets picked up every week on time. It's amazing what you do. So, counselors, any questions? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director. Just a couple questions. One is that last year in the budget process, the committee chair added in funding for an ambassador program, the Duke City Ambassadors, for Uptown and East Central. And I note that those are not in the budget this year. Can you say where they went?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, we still include those, and we utilize our Better Way Forward program to perform the services in the uptown area and on the art corridor.
Okay, so why isn't it listed in the budget or in any of the budget questions that we've asked about this item? We were told we're doing downtown and Nob Hill. And so I'm just trying to understand, is there a contract in place and is Uptown still getting service? And will they be getting service for the entire next year?
Madam Chair and Councilor Fieberkorn, yes, it's still getting serviced, and yes, we propose to reapply and put out an RFP for hospitality, which will include those areas.
Okay, so we just forgot us? That's why we're not in? Okay. And then, Director, what happens to solid waste fees under this budget?
Excuse me?
Is there a change to solid waste fees that residents pay under this budget?
Madam
The
Chair.
proposed budget?
Madam Chair, Council Fieberkorn, no, there is no increase to the citizens of Albuquerque on the fees.
Is there a decrease?
Madam Chair, Council Fieberkorn, no, there is no decrease either.
However, we are going to get less service. The answer came from y'all, not from me. The reduction in overtime will come from a proposed transition of recycling pickup to every 2 weeks. And so that is half the service at the same price.
Madam Chair and Councilor Fieberkorn, even though it may seem that's half the services, we will be utilizing the drivers to help perform our trash pickup. So you will not lose service. At this current rate, we are actually, the trucks are going to Barco half filled currently as we speak. So we did an assessment of some of the areas and did barrel counts and how many barrels were out. We do have some information that pertains to that. On average, in some of the districts, it's anywhere between 45 and 65% participants in some of the areas that we did get. And specific to your areas, we did probably 10 routes in your general district area. And again, it ranged from 45 to 65%. Some of the other districts did have a little bit higher range that went up to maybe 75% participation, but that's the efficiency that we do have. Some of the trucks are going in with only 3.5 tons of recyclables, and that's pretty much half a load.
Okay, so what has been done to increase the uptake of recycling or to educate consumers about not mixing in non-recyclables with recycling, rather than making a policy decision to just stop providing recycling service half the time? And you can say that that's not the case, but I put out my recycling every week, and so I will be getting less service, and I will be paying the same amount. So I would love for somebody from the administration to say, is this the mayor's policy that rather than working to increase recycling and to work on a circular economy moving forward, we are going to just throw up our hands and say no more recycling because you didn't do it well enough? And that those of you that use this service every single week and pay for it, tough.
Madam Chair and Council Fieberkorn, it is the administration's policy to reduce our carbon footprint. And by doing that, there's several aspects to this. And number one, you are paying for your service. Within that, you are also paying for many other services that the city provides through the department, as well as our Clean Cities Department. So when we're going to every other week recycling, we're really focusing on a couple of things, and we've been looking at this for a long time.
Yes, I know. You've told me that, and I've said every time that I don't like it, and yet it's in the budget.
Council Chair and Council Fieberkorn, we've continued to look, and what we're trying to do is reduce our carbon footprint, reduce the amount of times a truck goes down the street, because there are other costs associated with it. And I wish that everybody was as good a recycler as you, which is great, because that would benefit the city, it would benefit all of us. But the reality is, as you look at some of the data that Director Griego was just talking about, we're looking at numbers that show, not just now, but have shown historically, where you have, I'll look at recycle route number 2 on a Monday, there are 1,300 cans. Only 648 were put out, 744 were kept at the curb. were kept inside. So it doesn't matter that the cart is kept there. Director Griego still has to send a truck down that street every week, which does one of two things. It increases emissions, it increases the carbon footprint, it increases oil that's being used, it increases wear and tear on the tires, which produces more tires that have to eventually be taken to the landfill because they're changed more frequently. But it also has an after effect where it's causing wear and tear on your residential streets, which DMD doesn't service as much because they're not used as much because of commuter traffic, where you're putting a heavy truck that's going there every week, 4 times a week, for half the amount of recyclables, to where it's really counterproductive to what we're trying to do with our recycling program, which is to optimize the best thing for the environment, which is to send a full truck as little amount of times to our recycling plant, as opposed to sending that truck down the street every week and increasing all these other variables that do that, and saying, well, you know, we just want to send it down every week because they're paying for it. And if you look at our cost of service, well, if you look at our cost of service, which we do annually, for $18, the amount of service you're getting far exceeds the $18 that you're paying. And if you look at the numbers that we've been looking at for years, we are the cheapest solid waste company in most of this side of, probably tend to say probably throughout the U.S. for the services we provide. You can look at Bernalillo County that charges $20 every other week recycling. Tucson, $26 every other week recycling. Portland, Oregon, up to $40 every other week recycling. Eugene, Oregon, $48 every other week recycling. Seattle, every other week recycling, almost $40. And it goes on. Las Cruces, $20 every other week recycling. And the thing about that is, I apologize, is that almost all of these municipalities that do every other week recycling and charge more and do this practice, and they've worked it through there too, and just because you put a can out every week doesn't guarantee you're going to increase the amount of recyclables you get. But what it does guarantee is that you're increasing the amount of fuel, oil, tires, and all those other factors I said are going down and going to happen. But they don't have their own landfill like we do, which costs, and that's built into that $18. They don't have 3 convenience centers, which we charge $5, but if you look at our cost of service, it costs us $24 for every load that goes into one of our convenience centers. The actual cost of our cost of service is $24. So the city is covering $19. And when I say the city, I'm not saying the general fund, because it's an enterprise fund. We have to operate within an $18 structure, where if you go through our cost of service that we do every year, our consultant tells us you guys are charging way too little. And I've just named 2 things. We also do median maintenance all throughout the city within that $18. We do highway and litter pickup all throughout the city with that $18. We do large item pickup. You need your large item picked up? Call. They'll come get it. We have a graffiti crew, which is 18 trucks that go throughout the city 7 days a week. The goal for them is to eradicate graffiti within 24 hours before people call 311. No other city does that. We do green waste twice a year to help with our green waste at the landfill. We do encampment cleanups. We do 9 recycle sites. In addition to curbside recycling, we have 9 recycle sites that people can go to and drop off their recyclables. We have our Keep Albuquerque Beautiful program, which goes in to educate. We spend a ton of money on education. And I know, being part of this department for a long time, we spend countless amount of money, and we are always reevaluating how we do that. And it's not just billboards. There was a time when we did billboards. There was a time during COVID where we did, if you guys can remember, the funny videos, Keep Talking Trash Tuesday, and the Recycle Ferry was a big one that we did, and we've had to adapt. Now we've started to see that in certain areas, the best way and the practices that we've been looking at is to catch people when they're young. So what we've been doing, as a matter of fact, today we had a class over at our solid waste facility doing all the learning about recycling, because if you can get somebody to recycle right at a young age, before they even hit middle school, they're probably going to continue it. And it's not a brand new idea. It's a marketing idea that Nike uses. Many fashion products use that. If you can get somebody wearing and brand loyal by the time they get to the 7th grade, chances are they're going to be brand loyal all the way through their life. And I say that to say this. a lot of people think that there is a recycle ferry, that's why we use that term, is they think if I just throw it in the blue can, it's gonna be recycled. And they don't see the truck coming up and down the street every week, picking up every other house or every third house, which is bad for the environment. And we want to educate people, and I'll say this for myself, and I've gotten myself in trouble many a times using this example, so I don't mind using it because I've already paid the price, so I can use it. My home, we have a trash can with a blue and a black can. I don't know how many times I take my blue can out, and I take the bag out, and then I sift through it because I've tried to educate somebody who loves to recycle, but doesn't understand the complexities of recycling and seems to think I don't know what recycling right is, although it's all over. But my daughter has learned, and she knows, like, nope, don't put that in there. So we're really targeting more focused group of how we can get it, because we're looking for the long term. So we're trying to optimize everything we can. So I wouldn't say it's a reduction in services. It's an optimization to make sure that we're doing what's best for the environment and what's best. It's not us throwing our hands up, or if we were just throwing our hands up, we would just keep picking it up every week and our contamination rate would continue to go up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with almost everything you said. I think we have a great deal on solid waste services. I think we could obviously charge more and it would still be market rate. What I don't agree with is that the way to minimize our carbon footprint is to encourage people to put things in the trash rather than in a recycling bin. And that's what this structure will do. When you provide, I'm speaking. When you provide trash pickup every single week and you provide recycling every other week, you are, by the price structure that you are providing, giving an incentive for people to put things in the trash. If you want to lower your carbon footprint, you want to maximize the amount of recycling and minimize the amount of trash. So if anything, if you're actually concerned about carbon footprint, you would be going to every other week trash pickup and encouraging people to use recycling more. So I don't think this is consistent with the mayor's stated policy on reducing carbon emissions, reducing carbon footprint, maximizing the circular economy, and making sure that we are doing the right thing for sustainability. This is the exact opposite of those market signals that we need to be sending.
Madam Chair and Council Feeble-Corn, all the research we're doing and the cities we're looking at, if you can show me a city that is doing every other week trash pickup, I would love to be able to speak to them. I would. That would be best for us as well. And the places that we look at and the people we talk to, it's every other week recycling, weekly trash. Now, if you look at the set out rates that we're talking about, like we're talking about here, that only 46% on a Tuesday on Recycle Route 2 put their cans out. If you look at that same rate, because we monitor that, or Director Griego monitors that through his department, you will see I would basically say that the trash rate weekly is up in the 90s. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that may be true, and I don't think we have to do what every other city is doing. I think Albuquerque has sustainability goals that we tout a lot, and we should be walking the walk, and we're clearly not with this reduction in service. I will say that it would be nice if we were leaders every once in a while on something to do with sustainability. We just did a survey of the citizens of Albuquerque. It was a pretty extensive survey. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the fact that people wanted not only recycling, but expanded options for sustainability, like compost, glass recycling, more green waste pickup, I believe those came out on top on that survey. And so we are not listening to the people. We are not living up to our climate claims. And I'm really shocked that this is the official position of this administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Real quick, when I visit my daughter in Dallas, every month they pick up, they have a large item pickup or a green, people just put stuff out on the curb. And they put little signs out so we know that that they can put all their green waste, and it's anything, and it's all out on the curb. Have we ever thought about doing something like that? And it's green, it's yard waste, it's old toys. I mean, it's very interesting. And I've seen it also in Phoenix. They do that too.
Chairwoman, we actually are in the process of green waste this week. This is our green waste week. We do 2 weeks. And
Well,
we're
I know we
currently
do
there.
it twice a year. I'm
Correct.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I know we do it twice a year, but I'm wondering, could we go to once a month? Or, because, you know, sometimes when we trim our yards and so forth, we do it more than just twice a year.
Correct, Council Chairman. With that in regards, the effort it takes to get it twice a year is very undertaking. It's a lot of resources that we have to put to that. I mean, could we get to that spot? We could probably come up with a plan somehow to work to that. But currently, when we do this during the twice a year, it takes all hands on deck from our Clean Cities Division, which is around 100 plus individuals, to pick up all the green waste throughout the city. So it is an undertaking to do that type of work.
Okay.
And Councilor Fieberkorn, also to your question on how we're doing outreach, we currently, through the KAB grant, we've reached over 6,000 students, K through 8, 4,000 or 5,000 residents aging from different ages. They come to our Fix-It clinics. We do our Recycle Coach, where we get probably 5,000 hits a month. And then we do social media. We have 180,000 exposures to social media on the recycling. So we do paid campaigns. So we are doing an outreach for that. Could we do more? We're going to try to do more. We are actually currently doing more.
Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question was not around that, which I think you do a great job. You have a great public information officer at Solid Waste. It's specifically around the commingled contamination within the recycling bins that people put out. I spoke with a neighbor who has been recycling incorrectly for years. I pointed it out. They said, I had no idea. I've been putting this out for years. No one has ever told me that it was incorrect. There are a lot of things that we could be doing, including just leaving, you know, like a little sticky that says, do you know that this is contaminated and why? We're not doing those things, but we're just going to cut the service. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. And I want to say, sir, you went past your 4 minutes. You were talking.
Madam Chair,
No, but I'm joking. I'm joking. Counselor, did you want to talk?
Yeah.
Okay, Counselor
All right.
Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually thought it was a great answer. I mean, you guys are, I know you've been around a long time, and I think you're experts on recycling, and I thought that was really well put. So I did have just questions. We referred to this a little bit at the last budget hearing, but I mean, we do have, there are some proposed additional solid waste fees for commercial collections. And we know that because you built it into your budget. I mean, the budget's built on it. So maybe this is for Mr. Whalen, when's the administration actually planning on bringing that legislation to the council regarding those additional fees?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, are you talking about at our convenience centers, or were you talking about the commercial?
The commercial collections, solid waste fees for commercial collections, which I'm assuming would be, small businesses, restaurants, all that.
Councilor Lewis, yes, what you're referring to is the solid waste 5% commercial increase fees. That is something that's built into our ordinance that we can raise every year at 5%. We skipped last year and we raised it this previous year. On average, we did an average to calculate. If you were to look at some of the small businesses which you're referring to, we have roughly around 338, which are in our class 20, we call it, which is kind of a bag service, which would be the smaller companies. From FY24, if you added the 336 of them, it would 9,316 a month total. But now with the new 5%, it's at 9,842. So roughly around $500 difference for all 338 businesses. So it works out to $4 or $5 a piece extra a month. to those small businesses. We do have all the other classes down. It's very minimal. I'm trying to think which other classes would be. Now, we do have some higher classes that would be in the, what we call the 90 class. They would be up in the higher dollar range, but even still then, it would be $500 roughly for some of the larger businesses a month.
So, I mean, after this discussion last time, we took a good close look at that legislation, and we think it's pretty clear that that's only the convenience fees. We ask our staff that the convenience fees really that it applied to as far as the automatic ability to increase without coming to the council, but this is an allowance, right? And maybe Mr. Motzko, would you help, or if you guys could help kind of our interpretation of that, explain that a little bit better.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, there are two increases in the solid waste proposed budget. One is the 1.5, 1.8 for commercial pickup for city residents. The other is the out-of-city convenience centers. We're still looking up the, okay, so we're going through the ordinance back and forth. So it looks like it's the convenience center fee that doubles for out-of-city residents that needs an ordinance. We know one of the two does, but we're still researching them. We believe it's the convenience center fees that's going from $5 to $10 for out-of-city folk.
Okay. So, I mean, there are some increases, however we want to call them, and whether you're going to, send them to us or not for approval. I think you should, just because, it affects, again, it affects affordability and bottom line in people's pockets, and people we represent, that's just going to be more money out of their pockets. And, it's the council's role, I think, to, again, I mean, the city government is set up for some, accountability and, the voice of the people of the city that are taxed, to be able to say, I mean, what are the, and have a discussion, have a specific over it, not just in the budget saying, we're just assuming you're doing this, but to be able to say, what are some measurable improvements that taxpayers should expect this next year that goes along with an increase of tax, of money that's going to continue just to come out of their pockets, additional money out of their pockets that'll go toward the department. So, and I'm asking this now, but I also want to say, the reason why the reason why we would want these to come to the council is because that's how the city government is set up. I mean, we represent the people, and, we need to have the discussion and the ability to be able to assess that. So I'm asking the question.
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, so the convenience store surcharges that you're talking about, those are coming to the council as for out of city residents, okay, as they use, and those are part of this budget, as they do use our convenience centers. And as I noted earlier, everybody who uses it who's not a city resident is getting a $5 tipping fee, is what we call it, charge, when it really costs $24. So that gets passed on to our current residents who are covering those costs because they do pay a monthly fee for our services. The commercial rate increase did come before council back in 2021 and was brought to council and approved. And with the way it was written, and we looked it up, and I think Mr. Motzko has that, is that commercial rates could be raised up to 5% annually. And that was what was approved by the council. It doesn't state that it has to come back to the council every year. It just states that that can be taking place to keep up with the cost of servicing commercial clients.
Yeah, I think we've established that. My question is, what are the measurable improvements that taxpayers can expect with the additional increases of fees?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, just like CEO Wayland mentioned, it would be the commercial collection fee of 5%. The initial money that you're referring to for the convenience centers is the additional $5, but it's for residents that are not in the city of Albuquerque, in the metro part. They're outside in the Bernalillo County, and for other residents that are in Sandoval County, Torrance County, outside of the county.
There are additional fees that are, whether it comes before us or not, there are additional fees that are gonna, by city residents. So what are the measurable improvements that we can expect to see, because of the additional revenue that we're gonna have?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, so when it comes to our convenience centers are overused as they are. So they are in need of some upkeep. The enterprise fund doesn't receive GO bond funding. It operates as a true enterprise. It doesn't receive from the general fund other than services that it charges for. So it works with planning with board ups. And it's done that way because planning used to use an outside service, but it was cheaper for us to do it within the solid waste department. So that was a benefit to the city, and it was a benefit for the residents and for us to be able to respond quicker. So there are raises for those. There are needs at some of our convenience centers, and we look at it. I mean, we just had to repair the floor, if I'm correct, just within the last 2 years because of the excessive amount of use that's on that floor at Eagle Rock. So there are those kind of needs that have to be addressed. When it comes to the commercial side, we are trying to keep up with rising costs, and that's a measurable outcome because, as you can tell, everything is going up. And it's going up by a lot more than 5%. And the other thing is we're able to keep up with the raises that council approves or that's proposed by the administration. Because even though a 3% raise is given, solid waste doesn't raise their rates by 3%. They're stuck at $18 for residential. So when a raise happens and it's about it's between 580,000 and 600,000 per dollar, as Ms. Keener said through transit, it's very similar. We have to absorb that in the current budget. So whenever a raise is given, we have that rate dollar amount because we can only charge people 12 times a year, and we have a set amount of what we can charge them. Then we'd have to go back and find, if it's $1, that's $600,000 within an existing budget that's already tight. So those are the measurable outcomes, is being able to continue to provide the level of service, even expanding some of our services, which we've done over the last few years. So I think those are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
All right, and I think, to a certain extent, especially when it comes to a true enterprise, that there's some justifiable, like they do that. Still, I think it's important to communicate that. I mean, same way if, cities do a, public safety tax. I mean, you just have some measurable, hey, we're going to get this truck, we're going to get this fire truck, we're going to, you have a, quality of life, tax for a new event center, I mean, there's an attachment in people's minds that, yeah, it's going to cost me this much more, per what I buy, things like that, but this is what we're going to get for it, I think we got to do a good job of really showing those measurable differences. Otherwise, what happens is each year it's incremental. There's just incremental, cost of City Hall goes up and up and up and up, without people seeing, what City Hall is supposed to be doing, and the improvements that we're supposed to have. And so anyways, I think that's important. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Tejas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have do you know, let's see, in ordinance 2224, under that section authority 910.1.11K, which is the one about the contingency appropriation, is there a reason why we have not increased that from $2.30?
Could you recite the ordinance number, please?
Yep. It is ordinance 2224, and then so it was enacted in 22. And in the budget, it says the proposed budget includes a contingency appropriation for the cost of fuel when it exceeds $2.30 per gallon. And we have not, on average, in the United States, been at $2.30 per gallon since probably 2005. So I guess I'm curious how over the last, let's just say 5 fiscal years, how many times has this contingency appropriation been activated?
Councilor Diaz, I think you're referring to the fuel surcharge at the $2.30?
Counselor Diaz? Thank you.
No, I'm not.
I don't know how long it's been out, but I know we use it.
Counselor Diaz, we'll have to get back to you, because that is part of the fuel hedge.
And Treasury usually sets the fuel hedge, we don't set it.
Oh, okay. Counselor Diaz, according to our fiscal manager, Treasury sets the price on the fuel hedge, $2.30, but we will get you their answer.
Does that have to do with the hedge?
On the bill?
No.
Madam Chair, to your question,
Yes.
Director Sandoval is saying no.
No.
We have not implemented the surcharge.
No, she's
No.
saying it's not directly related to the hedge.
It's not directly related to the hedge.
Let's look at the data.
No, this is a trick question.
It's not a trick question, I promise.
Oh, it exceeds it, and this year we're doing it now.
Do you want to give an answer? An answer?
Yeah. Councilor Chair, Madam Chair, Councilor Tellez, we're doing it now. So as soon as the diesel fuel exceeds $2.30 a gallon, that goes into effect. We calculate it every month based on what the fuel charge is.
Right, so here's my question. So the contingency authority in the ordinance allows you to appropriate when the cost of fuel exceeds $2.30 per gallon. We have exceeded, the cost of fuel has exceeded $2.30 a gallon probably for the last 20 years. And so my question is, it no longer becomes a contingency appropriation if we're using it every year. And so it then becomes an operational expense. It's a structural expense that should be budgeted transparently and not just triggered as a contingency appropriation. And so I guess my question really becomes, when do we get oversight over that extra appropriation? Because we certainly, I don't believe, have it if you're utilizing it as a contingency appropriation, and the costs to provide current levels of service are supposed to be calculated each year and presented to City Council as part of the budget process in that ordinance, and I don't believe we've received those either.
Madam Chair, Councilor Tellez, I believe that this is based on our fuel hedge. So it's based on our fuel hedge. So we have in the past seen it go to zero where we haven't charged the citizens, our residents, anything. And at times we do charge them, but there's times where it doesn't go into effect.
How many times have you done it over in a row in the last, let's say, 5 years? Have you used that contingency appropriation consistently over the last 5 years?
I'd have to get back to you on that number.
Madam Chair and Councilor Tellez, it's an enterprise fund, so the contingency fund, the contingency is actually used to pay for gas. That is what we use it for, is to go back through and pay for our fuel to make sure that we can cover the cost of our fuel.
I understand what you're using it for. My concern is that it's being used as a structural budgeting mechanism disguised as a contingency, and that weakens transparency over this money. So when we have a fuel price assumption built into a base budget, how often are you using the contingency authority? If you're activating it year after year after year, it's not truly contingent. And so that's why I want to know, how long have we been activating that contingency? Because it becomes a governance issue. And at what point, you know, does that become where it should actually be a structured operating expense and not something that's contingent? Because we should be receiving notification, quarterly reporting, approval opportunities if you're going to be using a contingency fund regularly.
Can we have a follow-up on this?
I was gonna say, Madam-
Let's do this offline so we
Yeah,
can learn more.
Madam Chair and Councilor Tejas, I'd love to meet with you in the department and we can walk through this.
That would be great.
Actually,
Councilor Tejas?
actually CAO Single, like,
I just wanted to follow up on this because I think, Councilor Tejas, it is by ordinance passed by City Council, which is the authority and action of City Council, that this contingency language is within the ordinance. So they have the authority within that to assess the fuel charge based upon the authority you all have given through that ordinance. So that is structurally appropriate based upon the fact that it is by law, the ordinance that was passed.
Thank you, Dr. Single. I appreciate that. Madam Chair, I realize that that is in the ordinance, but we're not supposed to become dependent on contingency appropriations. That is the definition of a contingency appropriation. You only do it when you need it. It becomes need-based for you know, once you sort of take advantage of the authority of a contingency use, it no longer operates in that way, and it becomes a structural risk to the base budget. So that's why I think it needs to be reevaluated. And so that's why I'm asking, how many times have we utilized this contingency appropriation over the last several years? Does it need to be reevaluated? So those are the questions, those are the answers I'm trying to get so that we can answer that question.
Counselor, I think these are great, it's a great question, and I think that the administration has some homework to do to get back to us on that, to get your answer, so that we can make better decisions, and we probably should take a look at that ordinance as well and see if we need to update it. Do you think?
Yes, I think so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
It does raise some questions. That one last thing I just want to say, it looked like I'm on Zoom and the cameras are small, but it looks like I see Antonio Corrales sitting in the audience with your team. And I just want to say, Mr. Corrales is a great member of the solid waste team, and I appreciate him. I appreciate Tony Aguilar. Both of them helped get a class at Painted Sky Elementary in my district, and did a really great presentation for these elementary school students, and dropped off 5 recycle bins, and I'm just very grateful for that. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, couple questions. I'm sorry. I'll stick to I'll do it in 2. Let's go. All right, so just question about the Clean Cities expenses. We saw that we reallocated from ACS, HHH, DMD, and APD $4.5 million to solid waste for the Clean Cities expenses. And then I look in our lovely metrics here, and under clean community spaces, the only metrics that we're looking at are illegal dumping sites cleaned, number of graffiti sites, and large item pickups. So what does the Clean Cities funding cover?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, the Clean Cities funding covers, again, graffiti, large item pickups, the medians, the highway crews, illegal dumping. We do the encampments out of there, which is the cleaning of them. I think those are all of them that come out of there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great. So I would love to see your objectives updated to include all of those things, because I also think clean cities is more than just those things. My district don't feel like a clean city. And I know we talk about this a lot, and we just ordered a multi-hog using some of my set-aside dollars so I can contribute. I've hired Red Shovel to go clean up my neighborhood so the kids aren't walking. Like, I'm doing a lot to try to make sure that my district feels clean, and it doesn't. And so I'd like to see some other metrics like that type of stuff, like litter, weeds. I would love to collaborate with your department on that ordinance, because I think it's not clear who's responsible for all of those things, right? It's some say solid waste, some say general services as I'm researching. So I really think that for us to really truly get to the clean cities, we need to be looking at some of those other things like litter and trash pickups, especially on city land and city vacant properties that we have in my district that look really bad, and we're not finding ourselves in code enforcement. And so I just would really love to see that. Last question is around our shopping carts. We've had, and I'm saying this publicly, not for solid waste, but for Walmart. I don't know that they're watching our movie, or movie, or feels like a movie. They're watching our meeting tonight, because they are continuing to reach out to my office about solid waste crushing their shopping carts in our encampment cleanup. Where I'm more interested in the dark store Walmart has in my district, because they're not getting the shopping carts from District 6. We don't got a Walmart. It's closed. So I did not notice, I noticed in the FY26 budget that we had a shopping cart budget for retrieval. But I didn't notice that in the FY27 budget, but we do have a metric still there for picking up 2,662 carts. So I'm getting to my question, which is, do we still do the pickups and retrievals, and do we recoup any funding for that program?
Chairman McGraw and Councilor Rogers, we still do pickups. We are in communications with the Walmart industry on a daily basis. They have a subcontractor now that is supposed to be picking up the carts. So if a 311 does come into our solid waste department, we will forward it to them. And we do keep record of that. Just roughly in the last 2-3 months, it's been over 80 carts that go to them. The carts that you do see being disposed of are whether they're contaminated or they're broken, we will not leave them there. Walmart contractor has made it clear he will not take the debris that's in the cart. He will dump it and leave it there. So that's where the problem lies, right? So if they bag the stuff, we will come and get it. But otherwise, we will dispose of it because if it is contaminated. So we do work with Walmart a lot. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I was out that day sick for that meeting, and I would have been able to explain that again to them. But we do utilize their subcontractor. Whether he gets them or not, that's between Walmart and the subcontractor.
Sure. So thank you, Madam Chair. How much does the city of Albuquerque, and Walmart's just one of the major players, but how much does the city of Albuquerque, your department, spend on retrieval of carts?
Well, it's commingled within, excuse me, Chairwoman and Councilor Rogers, it's commingled in with when we pick up the trash. It's kind of hard to just say I went and picked up one cart, because it's not just one cart. It's going to be debris at the location. So it's commingled with the trash. So it's kind of hard to say dollar-wise what it costs to pick up one cart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that means then we're not recouping. If we aren't tracking the carts we're bringing in and retrieving, we can't charge the company for it then, right?
Correct. Because if they're not operable.
I think she's talking about the cart.
I'm talking about the carts that
Oh,
are
the cart
operable.
collection program?
Yeah.
We do have some of the carts in the collection program. A lot of the individuals have not come to pick up their carts, nor do they want to come and pick up their carts. So we have a place currently that does have roughly, how many carts do you think we have still there?
Still there, maybe 800?
We still have 800 carts that are in a location that we cannot get them to come and pick up.
We have no Walmart.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Counselor Champagne.
Thank you. I'd like to suspend the rules tonight and extend our meeting to 11:59.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca.
No.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Peopleborn.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Peña.
Yes, sorry.
Counselor Rogers.
No.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
Counselor Grow.
Yes. Thank you.
Passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. Talking about the trucks, well, very important to your job. How often do you order new trucks?
Chairman Grout, we order annually. Roughly between 4 or 5, just depends on the prices. They have doubled within the last 2-3 years. They've doubled in price, so roughly around $485,000 for one truck currently. But we do roughly order between 4 and 5, depending on the availability. They are 2 years out on some of the trucks. If we do find some that are in stock, that's why you see some of them that are white currently. They're not our blue. We'll take the white ones if we can get them as soon as we can get them. So
Okay, thank you.
we do order annually.
Do you have any on order right now?
Yes, we do. We currently have, I think, 4 side loaders on order.
How about maintenance? Is maintenance current?
So
Keeping them?
maintenance is always a challenge. We are in the process, we almost run 24/7 through our maintenance shop. We have, the mechanics come in usually around 5 o'clock in the morning, and they usually leave at 12, 1 o'clock in the evening.
Wow.
So we have 2 shifts. So as far as being current, we try to stay current. We fix them as they come in. When we do have a PM program, when we do PM them, so we are staying up on the PMs.
Very good. I know, think about the weight that they carry and just how heavy the truck is anyway, and if their brakes failed or something, that could be catastrophic.
Correct.
So maintenance is super important on all of our vehicles.
Mhm.
But maintenance is not fun, but it's important. So my next question are, we noticed that you're transferring $9.1 million into capital, and how is that being used?
You wanna answer that one? Stephanie, you have that? Excuse me 1 second.
Councilor Chair, I'll just go ahead and start while she gets it. So we do transfer that money, and the majority of that is about $4 million will be used for equipment. We always transfer some in to purchase the cart and bins that we replace with as well. Our disposal facilities, but the biggest portion of it is for the purchase of the trucks. That's the biggest portion of it. And then, of course, we gotta replace the carts that are broken, the blue bins, the commercial bins. We order those out of this as well.
Okay. We also noticed that you didn't have any debt service, which is good, but you could issue some debt, and that would get, okay. Could you issue debt and use some of that for debt service instead, and perhaps get the trucks faster?
Issue like bonds, am I understanding you right?
Uh-huh. You could get more trucks that way.
We could, here's the catch, if we issue debt, it's gonna incur an extra cost on us. So we would have to have the money to pay the debt that we just issued the bonds on.
Okay.
So if we did that, we would incur a little more cost, is what I'm saying.
Okay. All right,
That,
thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I was just going to say that the department currently is maxed out at its $18 rate structure. So
I see.
they could issue debt. However, when they go to the bond and agency or the agency that would lend it, they would look at our cost of service.
Okay.
And they would look at our capacity within that $18 on how to pay for that debt that we are going to incur.
Sure.
And they would say, you guys are already maxed at an $18. So in order to do that, we would have to raise rates in order to say we're raising the rates by $2 because a $1 rate increase
Right.
gets us 2.1 million. So if we were to raise it by $2, that would be 4.2 million. And we'd say, well, we have the capacity if we were to borrow. The city of Santa Fe did something similar when they replaced 20 trucks years ago. We'd have to say we want to buy a certain amount of trucks. It's going to cost X amount. And if we raise our rates by $2, those $2 would then be dedicated to pay the debt service against
Makes
what
sense.
we borrowed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Thank you. Counselors, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you. Okay, so we have 6 more departments. And let's try to stick to that. We know we got lots of good information. Make sure our questions are very, very pointed, and we'll go from there. Internal audit, Mr. Noel.
Madam Chair, the Office of Internal Audit has Marisa Vargas as the city auditor. Their FY27 proposed general fund budget is $1,266,000. They have 8 general fund positions. The proposed budget includes non-recurring funding of $10,000 for support of outside legal and technical review services, $7,000 for OIA peer review, and $6,000 for technical review services and licensing. And City Auditor Vargas is here for questions.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for
Madam
being
Chair,
here.
Councilors.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions? No questions. Sweet. Thank you. I know you have a
Thank
fun
you.
job.
Have a good evening.
You as well. Yay. Good job, guys. Okay, let's go on to the next one. I think it's Inspector General. Mr. Noel?
Madam Chair, the Office of Inspector General has Peter Pacheco as the interim Inspector General. Their FY27 proposed general fund budget is $971,000. It has 4 general fund positions. The proposed budget includes non-recurring funding of $110,000 for support of investigation services, supplies, and operating costs. And interim Inspector General Pacheco is here for questions.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Councilors.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You also have a very interesting job. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm trying to find where I read it, but I read about after investigations, you give some recommendations to the administration around ways to fix the things that you found. And I can't find it in my book, but can you talk about the percentage, or do you know about how many of your recommendations get actually implemented?
At this time, I don't have a percentage of how many get implemented. What we'll do is, once we have a report and we make recommendations, we'll check every 45 days to see what they've implemented and keep asking. But that's something I could get for the council.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. Is that something that's publicly available? Like, in your reports, do you say these are I think I've seen them in some of the ones I've read. Here are your recommendations, but any of the follow-up or feedback back about the implementation of any of those?
No, we do not put those on our website. It's all internal.
Yeah, thank you. I am interested in seeing the recommendations that you're making, especially for efficiency and, the things that we care a lot about, oversight.
Yes.
I would love to see the recommendations, and there's just a breakdown of what's implemented, what's not implemented. So possibly we can help make some of those implementations.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Bassan.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add on to what Councilor Rogers was just asking. Interim IG, will you please clarify? I believe that when you have recommendations, you also circle back, or am I getting it confused with the IA? Because I know that when you make recommendations, it seems as though there is still a period of time, at which point you can circle back and confirm if those recommendations have or have not been completed.
Yes, that is correct. We do circle back. What we do is we try to go every 45 days to go to the department and see if they've implemented any of our recommendations.
Thank you. So I don't know if that helps at all either. And I understand that that doesn't mean that it's providing a percentage or providing any kind of specifics, but I do know that there are still some circling back with both the IA and the IG to make sure that any recommendations that are lingering out there, they can go ahead and make sure to follow through and see if anything has been finalized or implemented or not, and if not, then why.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. Are we good? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We're just cruising now. Human Resources, Mr. Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Human Resources has Ian Stoker as the director. Its FY27 proposed general fund budget is $4.8 million with 21 positions. It also includes the Risk Management Fund with a budget of $2.6 million and 8 positions. The group's self-insurance fund with $110.7 million and no positions. The Employee Insurance Fund with $4.4 million and 17 positions. The general fund has $80,000 in non-recurring funding to promote employment opportunities with the city, bilingual testing, and the labor negotiations contract. The group self-insurance fund has a net appropriation for medical and prescription claims increased by $4.2 million. And the group self-insurance fund also includes dental benefits to become self-insured by the city. And Director Stoker is here for questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Director. Thank you for being here. Counselors, do you have any questions? Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's just around the calculations to bring employees up to the 25th percentile or the 50th percentile. I think I'm just looking at the charts that you've provided. And I think for me, it's been a little hard to navigate the different answers and numbers that we've gotten. Two sets of numbers for when we were talking about the GRT, and then now during the budget, two separate sets of numbers. Which numbers are accurate? The ones we received during the GRT conversation, or the ones for the budget?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, I believe that the most recent set would be the most accurate. A pivotal piece of information came to pass in the timing, in that when we were talking about the GRT, we were not yet aware of which positions were going to be eliminated as part of the overall budget process. So the more recent numbers account for those.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I see that I only see in my packet the numbers for the 25th percentile. Where are the numbers for the 50th percentile?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, I don't think we have provided recent numbers for the 50th percentile, so we could follow up with that after today.
Thank you. Does that mean that the administration is only wanting to change it to the 25th percentile, if that's all you provided?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I believe that the questions that we received were focused on the 25th percentile, which is why we submitted that. But if you want to see numbers for the 50th, we can also provide that.
Thank you for that. I've definitely asked for both several times. So I would love to have that. Okay, I printed out the things that we received from our team, and I don't see them here. So thank you. I'll double check. Thank you, Madam Chair. The other question I have is I'm getting calls when we looked at we did ask a question about the medical for our self-insured program for our medical coverage. I'm getting a lot of calls from employees who are upset that we are taking out and no longer covering GLP-1s in our benefit package. Who made that decision and why? Given the fact that employees losing weight make our health insurance costs overall less, if our employees are getting healthy, why did we make that decision?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, so we are ending coverage of GLP-1s that are exclusive for weight loss. They will still be covered for other presenting symptoms or conditions like diabetes and those sort of things. So all we're eliminating are those that are purely for weight loss. At this point, my understanding is that the science behind the extended effects of those medications, good or bad, is unknown. They're pretty new. So on its surface, yes, it may appear that losing weight could have, and probably does have, a number of benefits, but we also don't know the long-term impact that those medications will have on the people that use them.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think, Mr. With all due respect, are you a doctor? Okay.
No.
Have you reviewed the research on these particular FDA-approved drugs?
No.
Okay, thank you. So I wouldn't want to extrapolate your opinion, which I appreciate, for medical, certainty. The truth is, with my healthcare background, losing weight absolutely makes healthcare costs less for an organization over time. I think that's, I don't want to debate that. I think that's pretty clear. Can you tell me why mental health copays are going up too? The mental health of our employees, the blood, sweat, and tears they give to the city on low pay. I'm looking at my union guys over here. We're raising copays for mental health services. Why are we doing that?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, we have had to make a difficult choice to raise a number of copays. We had, up until this year, chosen to follow state guidance to have a $0 copay for in-person mental health treatment. We are not bound by that state guidance, so we have decided that we will increase the copay for in-person mental health care. Our employees are still eligible to have $0 copays for remote or telehealth mental health care appointments. They can access a number of free mental health care appointments through our EAP program. They can access zero copay mental health treatment through our on-site clinic. So we are increasing that copay because it will save the city about, I think it's about $1.2 million.
Thank you, Madam President, at the expense of our employees' mental health. Because it could potentially mean people don't go get care because it's increased, especially if we aren't paying our employees market rate for the 25th or the 50th percentile, right? So I think that's hard to hear. Can you do EMDR remotely? Do you know what EMDR is? I don't know.
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, I know what it is, but I don't know if it can be done remotely or not.
It cannot be. If you know what EMDR is a treatment for mental health, that you have to be present in person to be able to get that kind of treatment. I get that treatment. So under this, I'm going to have to pay increased copays for that treatment, right? Because you cannot do that remotely. So I have really big concerns about the changes that we're making to our mental health coverage, to our weight loss coverage. And I made a joke to our counselors that people are calling me because I'm the overweight one here and maybe can relate. Is that why all the employees are calling me? But either way, I'm concerned about this because, again, it's the health of our employees and the mental health of our employees. So I'm hoping that we could figure that out together because I think that that's just not something we should care about the coverage for our, I know we do, but I'm just saying those two things on top of paying higher premiums is hard. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Fuglecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up now, because I'm super confused. So the city of Albuquerque made the decision to not cover the GLP-1 medications because it lowers our overall premium? Or why was that decision made?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Fuglecorn, we have between not only city employees, but all of the other participating entities for whom we provide insurance. So out of about 20,000 enrollees, we had a population of perhaps 500 to 600 people that were using GLP-1s for weight loss. That was costing us about $5 million a year. While they may pay $50 at the pharmacy to get those, our cost per dose, per month, per person was in excess of $1,300. We made that choice in connection with the administration because, yes, it does adversely affect a small population, but it is a small population that will yield a very large savings to the city.
Okay, thank you for those numbers. So, was there an option to maybe raise the copay on those medications rather than just saying we're not gonna pay it at all? Or did that just, the numbers didn't work?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Feeblecorn, we worked closely with our benefits consultant. In March, we announced a change where we would only cover one particular medication, Zepbound, for weight loss purposes. We estimated that that would save about $2 million. In looking where our fund was going to be sitting come the end of FY27, we realized that it was going to be overspent. So we had to figure out a number of ways to increase savings. We need to keep at least about $10 million in that fund.
Right.
Ideally, it's more like 15. So we strategized in a number of ways and looked at all of the possible things that we could do. And in the realm of healthcare, there are only a couple of easy levers that we can pull on. One is plan design. So that's a choice like not covering those GLP-1s. The other is cost sharing, so increasing copays.
Okay, thank you. And then it's just slightly worrisome, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. This is a prescribed medication, and so are there other prescribed medications that we do not cover for our employees? And I think there's a lot of medications out there that we don't know the long-term impacts of, that might be really expensive. I'm thinking of some cancer drugs. When I had cancer, some of the drugs I was on were really expensive. Like, are we making that ethical decision on any other medications?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Feeblecorn, I imagine that there are some that we don't cover. I don't have an exhaustive list for you. Your example of like cancer medication and those sorts of special use or special indication medications we cover. The GLP-1s for weight loss are, the demand for them is rising. People like it, right? It's an easy fix to lose weight. The effects of them in the long term are unknown, and the cost is very, very high. So these were not, in the same way as like a cancer medication, something that is immediately life-saving, right, for most people. So.
Okay. So our decision process is just around whether it's immediate life-saving or if it's long-term life-saving. I just wanted to understand the numbers, and I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I just weigh in, because I think I want to support Director Stoker, because this was a decision that we have to look at in terms of balancing, because we are a self-insured health insurance, and we have to be in a position as a city that we can provide payment and reimbursement for all of our medical expenses across the portfolio. And when we looked at all of the possible ways in which we could ensure that the fund is solid and able to provide all of those required, and there's a term in the industry that I cannot remember off the top of my head right now, but we have to have essentially a solid fund to be able to ensure that we are able to provide every reimbursement on every one of our medical expenses for our employees, including pharmacy and everything else. We did discuss what is current in our market as to other employers and what types of coverage there is. We were an outlier of other employers that, in terms of covering the GLP-1s for the purposes of weight loss solely and not for other medical reasons. And so we weighed that against other issues that we have as in our entire portfolio of all of our employees and what we are covering, and the ability to keep the cost for all employees at the lowest expense increase as possible with it in the industries rising. And so it was not a decision, an ethics decision on our part or anything. It was looking at the way in which we could ensure that we could keep this, the fund able to provide all of the reimbursements that we would be projected to have to provide in the year ahead.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, so you said that there's some scrutiny, added scrutiny in hiring. What are the specific steps, and how much time have they added to the hiring process?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Lewis, Over the last few months, we haven't added scrutiny to hiring. What we have added scrutiny to were internal personnel movements that had incidental effect on impacting hiring, like when an existing employee is chosen for a new job. So to the extent that hiring, that is a hiring action, that was impacted by adding extra scrutiny to internal personnel movements. That was done so that we could most accurately capture all of the vacancies and understand what each of the other departments was looking at in terms of their personnel load.
And you shared that the timelines, the hiring timelines have nearly doubled. Is that true?
Madam
about
Chairman,
right.
Councilor Lewis, yes, I believe that the average currently is at about 130 days, so it has gone up considerably over the last few
130 days as opposed to like what was it a year ago?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Lewis, we usually sit between 75 and 85 days.
We had about, that's, I mean, 4 months. So that's, if I understand, that's the time from putting the ad out to, you know, the person's hired. That really takes 4 months. I mean, what would you say is the cause of that? Is it, I mean, I think you think it's too long, but what's caused that?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Lewis, so that timeline is from the day a job is approved to be advertised until an offer is made. So within that process, there's a period where it is advertised and applications are accumulated. Those applications then have to be reviewed. They have to be, a hiring manager has to make decisions about which of the qualified candidates will be interviewed. Interviews have to be conducted. A decision has to be made. Offer has to be generated. All of those have to go through several steps of approval, not only through my department, but the originating department that wants the job filled, as well as the budget office, and in some cases, the executive office.
In your opinion, you think that's where we need to be, or where should we be? What's a good, effective city hiring process? What's a good, reasonable time?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Lewis, we've actually recently been privileged to participate in a recruitment refinement workshop through Work for America. We're participating in that alongside other cities like New York, and I can't remember, I'm drawing a blank now on the rest, but there are 10 of us in there. Most other municipalities are looking at a time to hire that is pretty similar to ours. There are some in that project that we're looking at 9 to 10 months to get someone onboarded. I personally, and the goal that we have set within the department, is to try to get it down to closer to 55, maybe 60 days. We've identified that right now the biggest slowdown in the process is from when the job advertisement closes until the interviews are processed or finished. So that's the time spent by not my team, but the other departments reviewing their applications, deciding on who will interview, and actually conducting that process. Just in the last month, we have revised the administrative instruction that governs that process to tighten up some of those timelines. We're hoping that that will result in a reduction.
That makes sense. I mean, I think your process where you're involved mostly, it sounds like it's mostly, yeah, I mean, you mentioned a whole process that's before it comes to you, really, or really heavily to you, then that's the biggest slow process. And then you said about, I mean, and that sounds reasonable to me, like 55 days total. Obviously, 134 days, that just seems outrageous to me, 4 months. But also, I think it sounds like it's pretty clear that it's not, it's really the directors that are hiring, or the departments, or whoever supervisor is hiring. So what that tells me, though, is that, seems like there's this great need to hire, but there's not any urgency among our departments. So yeah, we know we need to hire these folks, in the next few months, but there's no urgency, to do that. I mean, it's kind of word going around that there's this kind of untalked about freeze, going on. And the way you do an untalked about freeze is you would just take your time. So I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if anybody would ever admit that. But if you want to, I guess try to save some money, that would be one way to do it. I mean, think about 134 days. That's I mean, almost half our budget or a quarter of our budget is gone by that time. You know, it's almost, a quarter of a year that's gone. And
It's a third of the year.
it's pretty outrageous. So, all right, thank you.
Counselor, thank you, Counselor. I was thinking the same thing. A lot of the other departments, they have, I don't believe it's your fault, but we've made great strides and improvements, but this is going backwards. Can somebody explain that? Last year we were at 75 days average, and now we're at 134. That's not improvement. And we definitely need transit drivers. And we need, what else do we need? We need animal control people. But I mean, it doesn't make sense. Everything else is going well. So why is it taking now twice as long?
Madam Chair, I'll take the opportunity to answer this question to support Director Stoker and to speak to the administration's focus. So when we began analyzing the budget and looking at the situation and the discussions that we've had related to the budget here with council, and we started discussing deactivation of positions and the impacts that was going to have on departments and thinking through workforce evaluation, we recognized that anytime we were making a decision for an internal promotion or an internal lateral movement, it has an impact on the department that someone may be leaving or the position that they may be vacating. Those interdependencies and those issues create challenges within departments and across departments. So we put in place additional scrutiny to make sure that as we were coming into the budget process, we were thinking better about the impacts of those hiring decisions and the fact that any one individual hiring decision has those ripple effects. It is unfair for a department when we are in the position of deactivating positions and preparing and taking a snapshot, because remember, we send a budget to you all. We take snapshots of information to send to you all. It's based upon information that we have in that moment of time, and then things change. We've talked about a lot of things that have changed. So we have to get as accurate of a snapshot as possible. Last year, we had multiple, last two budget cycles as I've been here. We've had times in which where positions are looked at as potential vacancy or not through the budget process, and things change. So one of the ways in which we can ensure that we are getting as close to accurate throughout this process is to know exactly which vacancies we have, exactly what hiring we are doing, exactly what hiring we do impacts other departments, which internal promotions do that. I've had multiple departments very frustrated when we have, we're trying to slow down hiring to do that scrutiny in the past, and a department we say, well, it's okay to do internal promotion or transfer. Somebody gets grabbed from a department, moves up. We want people to have those opportunities, but then suddenly there's a hole that isn't accounted for in someone's budget or in budget decisions. So some of that slowing down was very intentional. We also said there are priority positions that are hard to hire, difficult to hire positions, and we ensured that those kept moving forward. So when we talk about an average, there are positions that take longer because of some of the other implications. There are also positions that are not taking longer, and we're moving and prioritizing those. I've had a few discussions with counselors recently about prioritizing some of those because of the criticalness that they have in operations. It is complicated and it's difficult. And a time when we are doing really difficult budget decisions, and that's what we are in this year, especially directly around positions and vacancies. We have to take time to make sure we understand the impacts of those. We do want to get positions filled. You will see all the time that we have positions posted. We are moving positions of priority forward. We have active conversations. I think all of us have active conversations daily about positions getting posted, positions getting hired, and moving them forward. And I think the directors are doing the best work they possibly can to effectively manage workforce and prioritize the most important positions.
So thank you for that explanation. So it sounds like to me that people are getting interviewed and going through this process, and it's getting held up at your department. It sits on your desk? Is that where it sits there? Because if they're doing their due diligence going through the process, and then it gets held up when it gets to your desk? Is that where the problem is?
Madam Chair, it is different for every single position. We don't post a position if we know that it is a position that's going to be deactivated. So some of that goes into delaying the posting of positions. Everything from, so there is all types of ways in which this has been impacted during the budget process. And yes, there have been times when we have had a recommendation for internal hire or transfer, and we've had to do some evaluation about what the impact will be for that to happen. It doesn't mean the individual doesn't get to be promoted. It means we need to then figure out what are we going to do about that vacancy and determine what that might be. So sometimes we have to hold folks in the positions that they're in because we're taking a snapshot for the budget, which was true. When we make changes, the budget office has to be able to move quickly and make those changes.
So just one last question about this subject. Going forward with this year, what could we, I know we're trying to make an estimate because you can't read the future, but what do you think the average number will end up being this year to get somebody hired?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Madam Chair, I think what I am really proud of is that Director Stoker has done an incredible job auditing the process, the hiring process, and figuring out where the time is in each phase, if that makes sense, and how we can improve and make it efficient, including the fact that the HR department has made a commitment to departments about how long their processes will take. So that is very helpful. I think when they got to 75 days, they were not even satisfied yet with that number. So I feel confident that we'll be back to 75 days as an average very quickly as we are in an understanding of which positions are no longer, will be deactivated and no longer going to be in the pool of available positions. And I think they will continue this year to work to drive that number down from 75. Absolutely.
I think that would be reasonable to get it back to 75, and
absolutely.
Of course, we'd like to be less.
I agree.
Lower than that, but let's revisit this next year.
And Madam Chair, I think it's absolutely appropriate for us to have a different target for high priority, highly vacant positions, or positions that we have as hard to well, I wouldn't say hard to hire because those are probably going to be longer, but the ones that we are prioritizing, and I think we do try to put in the world of fast track, which I don't want to use that term. I think we have those options.
Okay, thank you. I have one question. I think it's in this area. Tell me about the early retirement fund. I need to understand how that is used and not used. Who would be responsible for that?
Madam Chairman, I can say very broadly that it is a fund that I believe it's structured sort of like an internal service fund. HR maintains it. We're responsible for it. The way it operates, when an employee enters early retirement, they technically vacate whatever position they were in whichever department they came from, and they move into a position overseen by HR that is only for early retirees.
Okay. And how much is in that fund?
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. Perhaps Mr. Noel knows.
Maybe Mr. Noel, he should know.
Sorry, Madam Chair. So we've budgeted $7 million in early retirement for FY27.
So is it a fund that is carried forward every year? Or is it new monies every year? Help me understand it better.
Madam Chair, no, it's in the general fund. It's a program within the general fund.
Okay.
And typically, it depends on, whether we're in an election year. So what we've seen in our analysis is that during election years, the cost of early retirement goes up dramatically. And then in non-election years, it goes back down to a normal level, about between $6 and $7 million a year.
Okay. And was last year the election year that you're talking about?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. And is it a fund that you can move around? Do you just pick out a number that you want to put in there?
Madam Chair, typically we would budget 7 million.
Okay.
And before we do that amount, we do analyze it to see if it needs more, if it, could require less. For example, typically the year after an election, it could feasibly be about, go down to like 6 or 5 million.
Okay.
But then generally after that, we would bring it back up to about 7 million.
So typically, any given year, it should be between 5 and 7 years, or
Madam Chair.
5 and 7 million. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Any other questions, counselors? Counselor Tejas, Counselor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted some clarification. What assumptions were you able to test that it's related to election years?
Madam Chair, we would actually pull the data, determine when the election years, what years are election years, and analyze and just see what the trends are.
And what do you mean by analyze? What do you do when you analyze that? Can you explain how you came to those conclusions with those patterns?
It's really just, downloading the data from the system, identifying, looking at, what truly is the election year. If it's, like this past year, was it 25? Was the last election? I mean, so similarly looking at similar years and just seeing what the trends are for election years and then what the trends are between election years.
Are those more theories that you're coming to a conclusion, or have you actually tested these hypotheses?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, I'm not, what do you mean by test the hypothesis? I mean, you're looking at the data and you can see what the trends are and you can see that there is a consistent pattern during election years.
So I would love to look at that data. I'm curious to see the consistency and the patterns there.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Technology and innovation.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam Chair.
Noel?
Technology and Innovation has Victor Leon as the Acting Director and Executive Operations Officer. The FY27 proposed general fund budget is $17,278,000 with 106 general fund positions. The Equipment Replacement Fund is $500,000. The Communications Fund is $13,759,000 with 17 positions. The proposed general fund budget includes $333,000 in non-recurring funding for support of IT services. And the Equipment Replacement Fund includes $500,000 for the PC refresh program. And Victor is here for questions.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for being here. And,
Thank you.
And in your position, Acting Director, thank you.
Thank you.
Counselors, any questions? Counselor Feeblecourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here so late. So I'm just curious about with the 20 positions gone, your answer to one of the questions was that we will be moving towards a hub and spoke model for DTI. But I haven't seen any of the departments showing an increase in technology expenses. And so we're pushing that out to the departments, but are they prepared to take that over?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecourt, excuse me. It's more of a concept of, with regard to things like enterprise software, like for example, Microsoft. If we have a hub, which would be DTI, having complete support over these types of enterprise platforms, then the spoke, which in this case would be one of the departments, wouldn't have to carry that expense. And it's my understanding that we have some of this out there. So really, this strategy is a potential way to see if we can get more efficient and in terms of, and hopefully have some cost savings.
Definitely understand that. I'm just asking if the other, and it might not be a DTI question, it could be an admin question, or have the departments prepared for this additional resource that they're going to have to cover if we're going to push some of that out to them. If we're going to have cost savings in DTI, that means that there's going to be costs in the departments that are responsible for the spoke part. of this new model, and I just haven't seen any additional resources in any of the departments. Perhaps they're there. I'm just asking if that's been planned.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeble-Corn, if this is an administrative question, I'll defer to our CFO. But from a process and framework perspective, if we structure this appropriately, then there wouldn't be a push out of additional resources. It would actually be consuming those resources, consuming that functionality and resources potentially in DTI. It'd be coming back, if that makes any sense. Or maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Maybe I don't understand what you mean then, because I read that it was going to be a way to decrease cost in DTI, was to create this hub and spoke model where we push out some of the oversight of technology functions to the departments. So if that's not what hub and spoke means, then I just need to understand what that is exactly.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeble-Corn, excuse me, I apologize. It's more of a framework concept where I think we are kind of a little bit disconnected in the definition of what we're trying to potentially achieve here. It's really understanding for example, we'll stick with the Microsoft example. So for example, if we're paying for Microsoft internally for the enterprise within DTI and potentially other departments, and some other departments are also having this enterprise license cost, there is the potential for savings if we consolidate all of that and get a better price savings, if that makes any sense.
Okay, thank you. I think I was just misunderstanding what you meant by the hub and spoke. So it's really just unduplicating efforts across departments and having it centralized. Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeble-Corn, that is exactly correct.
Councilors, Councilor Rogers. Thank you, Madam President. I just, along the same line of questioning for lower, response times, I've always been fond of DTI. I've been waiting 3 months for a laptop. So I'm personally feeling the slow response times. But I think that I guess maybe it's not a question, just like I'm feeling the response times slower. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilors, okay. I have a question. This is kind of important. Our hardware is a security risk. What do you need?
Madam Chair, typically with a piece of hardware or a technology asset, whether it's a laptop or whether it's a firewall or a router, back-end infrastructure, there's a life cycle associated with that appliance.
Yeah.
At some point, the vendor will say, we are no longer going to support that appliance, and they quit giving you security-related patches associated with that. At that point, it becomes a security risk.
Right.
So it's very important that we have a replacement cycle associated with the different types of technology asset,
Yes.
so that we can then make sure that we have that appropriate security coverage. Patching is probably one of the biggest vulnerabilities that exists in the cybersecurity world.
So what do you need?
Pardon?
So what do you need?
Oh, Madam Chair, I apologize. I didn't understand the question. What we need to do is work internally to establish what those appropriate replacement cycles are, work with finance, work with our budgeting department, and work with our purchasing department to identify those replacement costs over time.
How soon can we get that done? Cybersecurity is a big deal.
Madam Chair, I agree with you. As a matter of fact, I just had a meeting today with our purchasing, I'm not sure what our official title is, but we work together at CNN.
How soon could we have answers to know what we need? I know that Bernalillo County had a breach recently, and it was a big deal. And I don't want to be reactive, I want to be proactive.
Madam Chair, I sincerely appreciate that your understanding of the urgency associated with cybersecurity. What I can do is I can take that back to our team. I can come back with a potential, with a proposed timeline for when we can have an answer back to you.
Okay, I think that's important. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you. Sorry, I remembered my last question about Wi-Fi. And it triggered you asking about needs is what triggered it. In your write-up, it says the department also needs additional staff overtime and is currently developing a forecast specifically around capacity for Wi-Fi. I remember, what happened to our Wi-Fi vans that we were deploying during COVID? Where are those?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I asked that very question because I believe that question came through to me today. There's a concept, my understanding, at least from one of the employees in DTI, is the van is more of a concept. What really happened was we created some Wi-Fi packages for COVID and put them on city-owned vehicles. And those city-owned vehicles, once COVID was over, those the portable packages of Wi-Fi, obviously before my time, we took those back out and reappropriated the equipment, and the equipment has since been salvaged. So there weren't explicit vans associated with that. That was a concept.
Thank you. I saw a van because we had one at 2020 Juneteenth at Roosevelt Park for Wi-Fi service. So
Okay.
I saw it myself. But thank you. I was just wondering, there's some things I'm looking for that we haven't been able to find. So just hoping that wasn't one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. So get back to us on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next one, Finance and Administration, Mr. Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Finance and Administrative Services has Donna Sandoval as the director. The FY27 proposed general fund budget is $15.3 million with 90 general fund positions. Other funds have a budget of $68 million with 41 risk positions and 5 grant positions. The general fund includes a $1.1 million budget transfer to APD during the OEM restructuring from DFAS to APD. And it also includes a $1.5 million budget savings by deactivating 11 positions. And Director Sandoval is here for questions.
Good evening, Director.
Hello.
Hi there. Counselors, any questions? No questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, the last one is city support.
Yes, Madam Chair, we actually touched on this a little bit with early retirement, but the whole city support fund, or department, I'm sorry, it has a general fund budget of $34.9 million with no positions. It includes the gross receipts tax administration fee payment to the state that decreases by $2.4 million, and the projected decrease, there is a projected decrease in early retirement as well. And that is all.
Okay.
And Director Sandoval is also here for questions on that fund or department if you have any.
Who is?
Director Sandoval.
Oh, okay. Hello. Hello. Does anybody have any questions? Counselor
Madam Chair,
Champagne.
what is your projected decrease in early retirement?
You probably have it. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne. The projected decrease is really, as I mentioned earlier, last year was an election year. And so, like I said, we see a spike.
So it's not a decrease in positions, it's a decrease in amount.
And decrease in an amount. There are no positions in the early retirement department.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for that. How many people early retired last year?
Madam Chair, that's a good question. I can get that number to you. I have a picture of it in my mind. Yeah.
Very
Yes,
curious.
Madam Chair. Yes, I'll get that number to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. You guys were doing so good. We will now move on to the agenda item A, R-1. R17 is appropriating funds for operating the government of the City of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2027, beginning July 1, 2026, and ending June 30, 2027, adjusting fiscal year 2026 appropriations, and appropriating capital funds. I move a deferral to May 14th.
Second.
Okay, we have Counselor Tejas. Nope.
Sorry, oops, that was an accident.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a deferral for R17 and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. Madam?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecourt?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Peña?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.